Hello, hello, hello. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Controller. We got our controller. Got our camera. Maybe. Oh, I'm glad Cleo said Tuesday. I probably would have blanked on what day it was. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Happy Tuesday. I am, of course, Fanable. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to my channel. Yes, we are doing a Tuesday stream. A bonus Tuesday stream. Possibly a bonus Tuesday stream, although there might be a chance that we are unable to stream on Thursday per our normal schedule, but I am not going to find out until Thursday. So I guess maybe this Tuesday stream is making up for the possibility that we are not going to have a stream on Thursday. But yes, again, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back as we are jumping into more Myst. We thought we were done. We thought we were going to be done. Possibly we could have done it, but we ended up doing a long stream on the last one to where we did beat the game on the last stream, the main game. And then we did the alternate endings. I guess we could go through that. We got the final pages for the brothers, Cirrus and Akinar. We then found out that their father was alive, trapped in a book along with the final pages for the two brothers. And we ended up, kind of coincidentally, we ended up getting the white page we needed for his book just before going in. We ended up reading the note about accessing, well, we got the two scraps telling us about a marker switch vault. So we got the two scraps of paper telling us to do that. We waited until after we were done with the Selentic age. What is the age with the spaceship? Well, we did that one, the one with the maze, which took us a long time. We basically ended up just charting out the maze as we went through it, and apparently there is a way that you can get through the maze just by the sound, which Bose was able to fill us in afterwards. Thankfully, he decided not to spoil it. I guess he could have tried to give us hints as we were going through, but it's not a huge deal. But it is super interesting to find out that the sounds, which makes sense now, the sounds, which are the same sounds from the mechanical age, basically are hinting at which direction you need to go. I thought they were just place markers. The audio was place markers to tell you where you were in the maze, but in actuality, the sounds themselves are giving you directions on where to go. So yeah, it's the Selenitic age. We had done that last. We did get through the maze. Thankfully, we didn't take every wrong turn. We did get to the end of it, and after coming out, then we went ahead and did the marker switch that we got from the two ripped notes, which did give us the white page. And we were able to do Atris, their father's good ending, after finding out that he was inside of the green book, hidden away with the final red and blue pages. after we did the good ending, we went back to see the alternate endings with the two brothers. There was an alternate ending achievement for not bringing the white page to the father. So we did all those. Then we went back and we looked at all the old school recordings of their endings, because unfortunately, even though there is the old video, like the old video you can do in the game, it's not for everything. Obviously, it couldn't. They did well. At least they didn't find a way to do it for Atris going into Dunny. Dunny, of course, is the name of the age that he is trapped in inside the Green Book. He's a 3D model in there, and then if you do either of the brothers' endings, they are both big 3D models looking down through the book, which is kind of scary to say the least. They're big, scary 3D models looking down at you as you're trapped inside of their books. So yeah, the two brothers' endings are bad endings. You end up inside of the books that they were trapped in, and then they rip the pages out and leave you abandoned. But one thing we did end up finding out is that that wasn't the ending. Even though we were getting pop-ups saying we achieved the ending, Atris ended up coming back after the good ending was finished to tell us that there was something that he left for us. And as we found out after returning to the island, to the Mist Island, that he left us a volume 1 of an age called Rime. And as we continued going through that, reading it, looking into it, we found out this was actually added content to Mist. This is, as it turns out, Rime. The Age of Rime is essentially DLC that was added to the real Mist game, I believe, in an attempt to better connect Mist to Riven. And so we decided to stop. We'd already been playing for a really long time. I didn't know how long Rime was going to be. I have since found out that it's supposed to be short. But then again, you know me. It might say that it's on average a short experience for most people, but for me it could end up being longer. For what could be only 30 minutes for some people might end up being an hour to 2 hours for me. But anyways, we decided to go ahead and end the stream either way. Come back, do the Age of Rime in its own stream. Now, here's an odd coincidence. We decided we didn't end up getting around to playing Mist, the 2021 remake, until this year. They actually did not add the Age of Rime back into the game until this year. So we're just coincidentally getting to experience this now. This Mist remake came out in 2021, and they didn't just add it in the Rime DLC from Real Mist into the game until this year. So fortunately, this is when we decided to play it, so we are actually going to get to experience it before we move on to our Riven playthrough. Now, we could recap what we read and heard at the end for Rime, but I figured we might as well just jump back in and re-experience it before we head off to Rime. So we're going to reload the ending with Atris and reread the Rime book before we move on to trying to find the Age of Rime. And then, I don't know, depending on how long it takes, maybe we'll try to knock out some achievements. There's still plenty of achievements to do. There's some achievements from the main game not included with Rime that we still haven't done yet. We'll have to look into those. I don't know if we can do them all. I think a couple of them are tied to the randomized playthrough. So we'll have to see. I don't know. We'll have to see. But again, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, and happy Tuesday as we jump back in here. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. I do very much appreciate it. Subscribe, share all the good things. Let's get started. Let's go.
done the right thing. I have a difficult choice to make. My sons have betrayed me. I know what I must do. I shall return shortly. It is done. I have many questions for you, my friend, but my writing cannot wait. I fear that my long delay may have already had a catastrophic impact on the world in which my wife, Catherine, is now being held hostage. Oh, and a reward. I'm sorry, but all I have to offer you is the library on the Island of Mist and the books that are contained there. Feel free to explore at your leisure. I hope you find your exploration satisfying. You'll no longer have my sons to deal with. Oh, and one more thing. I'm fighting a foe much greater than my sons could ever imagine. At some point in the future, I may find it necessary to request your assistance. Until that point, I'm afraid you'll enjoy the explorations from my library on Mist. Thank you. The book. You can use the Mist linking book to return to Mist.
Oh, yep, I'm muted. Sorry. Uh, I don't know what you missed in what I said. I think I talked briefly about the fact that I wonder if the line that he said in there that where he's like, I guess Cadedrin, if you know, but then again, it's been so long since you played it last. He says there is a greater threat, a greater foe that my sons aren't even aware of. Like that has to be an added line, right? It seems like it's immediately leading into this or leading into the sequel. I don't know. I'm not sure. But so yeah, so you can see here that it seems like when you come back out, he says he had a difficult decision to make. It looks like he completely incinerated these books. So does that mean he killed them? Permanently trapped them? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't specify. That seems like it might be kind of harsh, but then again, I mean, this could, but I mean, when you look at like what the brothers did, and did both brothers do this? I don't think we ever learned like if just one of them did, or they both together burned these other ages. So I mean, if they destroyed whole worlds and possibly even in person, maybe took out people within these ages, I don't know. Maybe it's a fitting punishment, because that seems really messed up. Like I said, hopefully we get answers to this, because this seems really messed up. The idea that they possibly destroyed entire worlds and those within them, which makes the brothers really nuts. But how did they get so nuts? I guess we kind of talked about this on the last stream. How did they get so crazy? When it seems like he had fond memories of them, not only in the books, but even from his description here. I guess we'll touch on this. We'll touch on this a little bit. I don't know whether or not we want to do comparison videos to other things that we could look at. I was looking at comparison shots from the last games. Realmus, the original, the HD update from the original, which had higher textures. It's really interesting how different each of the versions of the games have changed, especially the 2021 version. There are some areas in the 2021 version that are super different from the previous versions of the game. But maybe we'll touch on that a little more later. Okay, so yeah, Atreus came out here, seemingly incinerated the books that the brothers were trapped in, and said that he left us something, which is this over here, a note and a volume, I guess a volume that he had hidden away somewhere called Rhyme. It says, "My friend, now that you have seen the destruction wrought by Sirris and Aknar, you no doubt have a very specific idea of who they were. Greedy, envious, hateful men. But there is one more page to turn, one last age, where I hope you might see them as I did." See, he's even describing them now like he has fond memories of his son. So at some point, either maybe where they were just left to their own devices. You know what I mean? Because obviously, you do read about in some of the journals that he would go away for lengthy periods of time. There were times where the brothers would be separated. Maybe some stuff happened with the mother that set them off. Maybe it's as simple as the fact that the father never taught them how to use the arts to write new ages. And maybe that made them more lustful, more, I don't know, just wanting more. I don't know. But they obviously went down two crazy paths. Sirris still had in all of his places, had like a luxury mindset. So you could say he was greedy, perhaps. And then Aknar went another way where he wasn't necessarily greedy for the luxury of things, but he turned into a psycho where he liked, I don't know, tormenting people, perhaps. But yeah, so anyways, he says, "I hope that you can see them as I once saw them, as my sons, Atreus." So yeah, Rhyme Volume 1. So I don't know if we're going to run into other Rhyme volumes. Maybe in Rhyme or maybe in the sequels. I guess we'll find out. But let's touch on this. Bose, welcome back. Welcome back, Bose. Happy Tuesday. Thankfully, Bose was here to tell me that this all seemed like new content. Bose was like, "I don't know what any of this is." I was like, okay. And Bose, I found that out too. I touched on it at the beginning of the stream that in a weird coincidence, they just added this DLC to the game this year, but it is an adaptation of the same DLC content that they added to Realmist back in 2014. But yeah, for whatever reason, it took them, what, 4 years to add Rhyme to the 2021 remake, which is interesting. All right, Rhyme. As I have named it. What? Rhyme, I have named it. A desolate age with a beauty that is quite different than I had expected or imagined. The intricate feathers of ice that fall from the sky are awe-inspiring. I feel as though I could sit and watch them for hours. And though it is cold here, like I have never experienced before, I find myself enjoying the change of temperature, for it is unlike any other place that I have ever seen. Perhaps the oddest thing is the silence. Although the wind blows on occasion, when it ceases, there is a suffocating silence that falls on this place, broken only by the distant cries of unseen creatures. I have visited 3 times, and am sure that this age will provide the environment I need. I believe the cold temperature is crucial for obtaining the necessary refraction of light. Examining the structure of the books is ever more perplexing, but I am driven onward by my need to understand. The great tree of possibilities can never be fully grasped, but I must at least try to find one particular branch. Of course, the chance of using a blank linking book to find one specific age amongst the infinite variations that must exist is infinitesimal. Like searching for a specific grain of sand on the beach. The only workable solution is to focus the connection of a damaged, unusable linking book. Perhaps I can bridge this much smaller gap. On the subject of enlightenment, I would also like to find the cause of the mysterious lights that shine in the darkness here. Though I never assumed that I would be able to build especially fast here. Whoops. Come on now. I touched my left joystick, which apparently closes the book. Though I never assumed that I would be able to build especially fast here, the speed at which I am progressing is somewhat disappointing. I do think I will bring Cirrus and Akinar as well as some of the machinery from Selenitic. Akinar chose to stay with Catherine, and while Cirrus was unhappy about the prospect of exploring a new age without his brother, he was still excited to come. He has spent the last few days here with me, helping me with the beginning phases of construction. He, too, seems to enjoy the ice and cold weather. He is intrigued with the crystals that we have brought with us. He has been a big help, as have others, and I hope to be able to begin my experiments here soon. Tonight, Cirrus and I found the wondrous spot to view the lights, although it seems they decided to hide from us. After sitting in the cold winds for over 2 hours, we saw nothing. It was rather disappointing. Cirrus will return to Mist tomorrow. He has been a tremendous aid to me, and I am thankful for his willingness to help. He is excited to tell Akinar about his adventures, and it's clear to me how much he has missed his brother's company. The hard part of the construction is over, although I have decided after tonight that I would like to add some kind of observation post. I won't be finished as soon as I had hoped, although I am fairly certain it will be worth the delay in the long run. I have decided to take a break from the construction now that the tunnel is almost complete. I am quite convinced that with the right refraction, certain properties of the ink can be simulated. When I try to explain my theory to Catherine, she laughs and tells me I am trying to hold infinity in a bottle. She laughs and I laugh. Maybe she is right, but I must try regardless. I came too close to success on Everdunes. Besides, if all that comes from this effort is time spent with my sons, it will have been worthwhile. I am fairly certain now that temperature indeed does have an effect on the refractive properties of the crystals, but I have realized that temperature alone is not enough. Each crystal responds differently to the lower temperatures, and controlling the particulars is proving challenging. Perhaps focusing on another more attainable goal in the short term will help. I should finish the shaft to my observation post while I have the machinery here, perhaps tomorrow morning. The lights were beautiful again last night. They had not shown themselves for so long that I had almost forgotten their beauty. I still must find the cause. I am feeling rather overwhelmed with what remains to be done. I have made no progress on the crystals, the shaft is not finished, nor is the observation post or even the lab. I have not seen Catherine for some time, and I long to spend more time with Akinar and Cirrus. Besides all of that, there are, far away in the back of my mind, the thoughts of people and our lost city. I dreamt again of them last night. I have seen the city in its worst condition, and still its beauty overwhelmed me. Even now, as I visualize how majestic it must have been before the destruction caused by Viovis and Ageris, it amazes and saddens me. I am certain that Dunny is not dead, as my father believed. I am convinced that there must be some who managed to escape the destruction and even now continue to survive in separate ages. Now, see, this is something that I touched on when we first were looking at the book. Because when we went over to that room, I was under the impression that he was just trapped in that room. Like, it was a room. It was an actual prison. But does that mean that he could have left that room? Like, he had access to all of Dunny, this entire area, even if it was in ruins and everybody was gone? I don't know. Within me is an urging to take the chance to return to Dunny to find these survivors and properly rebuild our city. However, I can do nothing until I am certain of the fate of my father. If my plan failed, if I missed a single book when attempting to trap him on Riven, then he has been free all along. If that is true, then all that stands between him and the ages I have now written is the link from Dunny to Mist. As much as I wish to return to Dunny, without knowing the fate of my father, I cannot risk reestablishing that link. So that makes it interesting too, because obviously he does eventually end up in Dunny. He ends up being trapped in Dunny. So you would think that would have given him time, depending on how long he was trapped in there, to go on and explore Dunny at that point. So, I don't know. Again, more things that I'm assuming hopefully will be touched upon in Riven. Alright, I must observe my father without re-establishing that link. It has been several years, and there have been many dead ends, but the solution is out there somewhere. I know it, at least I hope. Catherine will have her ideas about all of these things, and I miss her greatly. I will return to Rhyme later when my mind has cleared. Okay, so yeah, this was interesting that we experienced this last. I don't know if this was by design, because this mountain under 40, wasn't this already up and running when we first showed up in this Hollow Tables room at the very beginning of the game? And I guess just from me looking around, this was one of the very first things we saw in the game. But it's got to be by design, right? Because, yeah, when we saw this table, I just went around and I saw that there is a button on the other side. Clicking that button revealed this panel. But I didn't know what to do with it or what it was. And so we left. And I completely forgot about it. And that's not true, though. I did remember it. I remembered it after the first stream. And I was like, we probably need to go back there for something. And then I forgot about it again. So I forgot about it twice. Anyways, so yeah, so going back there, and then we have a combination here, 2735, which I think we already took a screenshot of. So what we discovered is that I don't know how immediately obvious it should be to you, but the panel in question is basically, the clue here is that it is the layout of the stone pathway, the stone bridge that leads to the ship that takes you to the Selenitic Age. Which, at least for me, that's not immediately obvious. I clued into it at one point or another that, oh, okay, yes, I see. It's supposed to be the shape of the pathway leading to the ship, which I guess I didn't really look at very often or think about too much. So I think all of what this is doing, I thought that we were going to be able to move this, but as it turns out, I'm assuming what we're doing is actually rotating. I guess we have to go there and find out. We need to... Let's take a glance over there real quick. Because I think... Yeah, so it's supposed to be this. So it's this column right here, presumably, unless it's the other way around, in which case... Oh, no, it's this column right here. Oh, okay, perfect. Alright, so yeah, so that is what that is doing. It is opening a door when you rotate it. Which, we barely opened it. Shoot, look at this. We almost kept it closed. Maybe we did something wrong, though. There's nothing in here. Shoot. Okay, maybe we need to turn it so it's fully open down here. Because I don't see anything in here. Let's go back and try that. So the way it's... Maybe... Does straight down make sense? From where it's currently sitting. I mean, it's got to be straight down, right? Like this? That would line up with the two paths, I would think. Let's go find out. No, get out of this. I don't need the... No, I don't need the photo mode. MP, welcome back. Happy Tuesday. How is it going? Well, it is open. Oh, bloody hell. Look. We can't fit through there. I don't know who we are, but we're not this skinny. Okay. Duck on it. There's an opening. So shoot. What do we do? Because we need to be able to access it. Unfortunately, this panel. At least we don't have to redo the number each time. See, can we get in and pass through? The shape of the door is not giving me many hints. Okay, we can squeeze through. Access. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is going to give us access to the book, presumably. What was it? 2735. Which, how do we do this? Where's it going? Pirates. What is making you think of pirates right now, MP? Oh gosh. What the heck? Rhyme. Alright, let's go. Let's do this. Oh no! We got the same error crash we got when we first started the game at the very, very beginning. Oh no. Hopefully it at least auto-saved right before we entered. The funny thing is that we had that we had two crashes when we first started the game. The only thing that saved us was the fact that it at least loaded far enough in that we were able to load past the loading of the entry. Here, let's see what happens if we hit continue. It was MP. MP sabotaged us with his pirate comments. Okay, well the autosaves is right here. Question is, can we get into the freaking age? We haven't seen that crash since the very beginning of the game. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. At the very least, we just need it to load in so it'll save. We're in. Nice. Look at how beautiful it is. Look at the snow. Oh. Hey, achievement. Oh, that was something that I found interesting too, is what I found. They added the achievements. This is something I've always been curious about, because we've talked about it when we've played other games, that when they add more content, we were always like, it would be cool if they could have added new achievements for that content. And we've always wondered, maybe you can't? Maybe once a game is released and you add extra stuff, you can't add more achievements? But that's clearly not the case, because these Rime achievements obviously did not exist when the original 2021 game dropped, the remake. But they added a number of Rime achievements with the drop of this DLC. So there should be several Rime-related achievements to pick up in this area. Will we get them all? That's a different question. We'll see. We don't want to look at them because we don't want to get any spoilers, but we'll have to look at them at some point. Okay, so he talked about seeing lights that he didn't know where they were coming from. And I'm going to assume he didn't mean the stars, because that would be really silly. Sometimes I can see them and sometimes I can't. For some reason, whenever I can't see them, it also corresponds when it's super cloudy. Hello. Hey. There's definitely living creatures here. I think we saw a whale. And we're also hearing something. Who's screaming? The whales, we can assume, I guess. I don't seem to be able to move this. All we can do is look in that one direction. Do you think that was scripted? Or did we just coincidentally catch the end of a whale or some other creature diving into the water? Alright. It's very haunting sound. Hopefully we're dressed for this weather. We don't really know what we look like. We're just a empty-bodied person with no voice. We don't know who we are or where we came from. Rosebud. Yeah, so there's... I feel like we're going to need to warm this place. We've got a stove here we can't do anything with. And a ladder that... Let's see. Yep. That's got to be it, right? We got to heat up this place, surely? Alright, let's keep looking around. Because, yeah, man, if you weren't dressed for this... that would suck so bad, because you can't just turn around and leave. So if you came here and you weren't prepared for the cold, you would be like, oh, you'd be screwed. This might be where you end up meeting your death. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what it is. Let's see. Maybe this is going to heat it up. Okay. Well, if it... Oh, gosh. Hello. We'll assume it needs to be in the green. Where's that? Maybe not. Oh, look. Maybe not. Green means you're good. You're good to go. Alright, let's see. Maybe this is allowing us to heat. Turn on that stove. It sounds like it's trying to light it, doesn't it? Alright, well, I guess there's something else we need to do still. What did we miss? We got the generator running. And there's fire coming out of the top of it. Maybe we're wrong? Maybe green is bad? Maybe we need it in the white. Well, hopefully we didn't need it in the white, because I can't do anything with it anymore. Right, maybe. And we got pipes coming out of the water. I don't seem to be able to do anything with this. And everything we've done with it seems to be permanent. We can't turn it off or anything else. Alright, let's see. Let's look around. Why does Atris have to make it so difficult to return, for that matter? Oh, look. Maybe this is gonna help us. It's a good thing this one wasn't frozen. Alright, now we should be able to turn this on. Yes. Wow, that works fast. Okay, nice. Okay, so we presumably should be able to open this door and access the ladder now. Or not. It has heated up this... Oh, shoot. Maybe we gotta close this door. Let's see. Yes! Of course. Of course. Wonderful. Well, I guess let's go up before we go down. Got a book up here. Alright, there you go. We've got drawings of the whales. And apparently a path that the whales swim. So I guess we can assume there is 3 whales. Identified easily by their different fins. Oh, there's a couple books up here, actually. Do we actually have a date for once? Start 5/23. This is a Cirrus journal. It's very exciting to get to see one of Father's ages so soon after he completes it. Usually he makes us wait so long before allowing us to visit. He told me Rime would be cold, but I was still completely surprised by just how much breathing in the air hurt. Father gave me this journal for my Rime observations. He said that Akinar would also get one when he visits, and not to spoil the surprise. I hope I can convince my brother to come next time. Now that I'm more used to the cold, I can see how beautiful this place is. Father's skill with the art is amazing. Father explained his theories about the Everdunes crystals today. He wants to try to build a machine to view ages without linking to them. He hopes that the crystals will refract light through the linking panels and show what's on the other side. It sounds impossible, but I know he can figure it out. Are we talking about... I mean, we have all the crystals in the Selenitic age. He also had those weird crystals that Cirrus had in his room in the mechanical age. I wonder if those are related. I've begun my experiments on the crystals. Father asked me to find a way to control how much each crystal reflects light. He even gave me my own workspace just like his. I'll start by leaving each crystal out in the cold for different lengths of time to see if the different temperature changes anything. I can solve this, I know it. No, close my book. Take a picture of that. Father has asked me to return home to Mist. I hope it's not because I'm distracting him. I know I have a lot of questions, but he asked me to do these experiments. I just want to keep trying to figure it out. Yeah, I mean, you can see here, like, it's showing, like, them... It looks like it's changing shape. Akinar decided to join me this time. Watching his shock at the cold was very amusing. Father has built more dwelling space, and now we have a wonderful spot to view the lights. He asked us to help him finish the construction, but soon I will return to my crystal experiments. I've come up with some new ideas while away that I'm excited to test. I'm not having much success with the crystals. The amount of refraction is always changing. I can't seem to get a constant reading. It's very frustrating. But I realized something. I think Father's approach might be wrong. There's just no way to get reliable refraction from these crystals like this. I think I have an idea to solve it, but I don't know how to bring it up. I don't want to sound foolish to Father. Maybe he knows best, and I just don't see things like he does. Akinar encouraged me to tell Father about my idea, so at last I did. He called it brilliant. He started working with... I'm just going to take a normal screenshot, because this camera cuts stuff off. I don't know if we need to remember this stuff, but I'm just going to take normal screenshots as well. Started working with... Oh my gosh. No. Started working with Akinar to build a machine to cut the crystals straight away. It's nice to see my ideas accepted so quickly without being told they're unworkable or unsound. We're back from Mist again. It was a nice break from all the snow and ice. Father asked us to return to Rime without him, which he only does when he needs to talk to Mother about something serious. Why can't they just say what they want in front of me? I'm not a child anymore. When I am grown, I have sons of my own, I won't ever hide serious things from them. We finally saw the whales tonight. We hear their song once in a while, but they've never come close enough for us to see until now. From the big cliff behind the observation tower, we saw a massive whale appear in the cove, followed by two smaller ones. Father said there were 3 of them just like us. Then he laughed and called us his little whale calves, which got a groan from me and a handful of snow from Akinar. I wanted to stay out and keep watching, but Father lectured me about how it was too dangerous to be there alone. I protested, but he gave me that sad look that means let it go. And then he wrote, "Fine, I'll just wait until later tonight, then go back," and then scratched it out. Oh, what? I'm so sorry, Father and Mother. If I die, I'm so sorry. Okay. My brother bandaged me up and said that my thick skull protected me, but I know it could have been a lot worse if he hadn't found me. Akinar, thank you, and I'm sorry. I've been back working with Father for a few days now, but I've been too tired to write. I keep needing to take breaks to sit and rest because my side still aches quite a lot. Akinar keeps giving me looks, but I'll be okay. I want to see this to the end. We're very close to completing the crystal imager, but I'm really nervous. What if it doesn't work? Will we have to start all over again? It sounds like we'll find out tomorrow. It works! We saw Mist Island! We were even able to see Stoneship by adjusting the lenses. I can't believe it. My brother and I keep going back and forth between books, reading out the lens settings and viewing each age over and over again as if it were a game. Father seems more relieved that the work is finally completed. I'm sure he misses Mother too. I can't wait to return home and tell her what we did. What we did. So Cirrus is responsible for the holo table, so to speak. And there's a number here, which I'm definitely going to have to take a screenshot of because I don't think the camera would capture it. It wouldn't. Oh my gosh. Is there a way to close the camera without doing all these other menus? Alright, was that the last page? It is the last page. So yeah, we have different shaped bulbs, or crystals maybe, different colors, and different numbers tied to them. Did I even open my screenshot folder? Let me open my screenshots. Okay. Okay. So what book do we have over here? This has got to be Akinar's, surely. Oh gosh. Akinar's journal. Akinar, how is your writing so nice in here? But it's so crudely written on the front. He got really, really good at writing between when he signed it on the front of the book and when he finally started to write. Another gift journal from Father. He doesn't quite get that I barely use these. Then again, here I am writing in it, so I guess I shouldn't complain. It's always a kind gesture. My brother was right. The lights in the sky are unbelievable to see firsthand. The way they dance and shimmer behind the clouds fills me with a kind of peace that's hard to put into words. Sirius paces when he's either trying to work out a difficult problem or when he's upset. Tonight it's upset pacing, head down, staring at the floor, big wide stride. Usually I just let him stew until he sorts it out, but he's been going on for hours like this. Guess I'll just have to be that big brother and talk him through it. Turns out he was upset because he thinks Father's ideas for the crystals are wrong and he's too nervous to admit it to him. I always knew Father's opinions mattered a lot to Sirius, but he needs to get past this idea that Father can never be wrong. Working outside for too long causes a dull ache behind my eyes. Even the normal light here is off somehow. I'm not sure how they deal with it. Maybe my brother's thick skull blocks it out. Sirius, if you're reading this, that was a joke. Don't go crying to Father. Father asked me to help him design and build a device for cutting the crystals into thin sheets. From the big grin on Sirius's face, it's clear that this was a big idea he was afraid to share. Looks like I was right again. This little brat thinks he's being so sneaky. I'm watching you over there scribbling down your little plans. Look at you, you think no one knows what you're planning, but I do. Guess I'll have to keep an eye on him. Stupid child. Stupid, stupid, pea-brained idiot. I was right. He snuck out to watch for the stupid whales, slipped and cracked his head on some ice. Could have gone right over the edge if I hadn't been there. Writing just so I have something to put my mind to. His injury seems severe at first, but after cleaning it, I can see that it is serious. A big scrape on his side and a really good knock on the head were the worst of it. He begged me to not tell Father, as if there was any chance I would. As clever as he is, Sirius is still just a child. Father told Sirius felt ill and needed a day to sleep it off. He nodded and immediately asked me to help him with his work. I know he cares for us both, but would it kill him to at least be a little concerned? Though I have to admit, it was nice to spend the day working together, just us. It's been a long time since we've done that. Father is absorbed in the final touches of his book device, so I doubt he'll notice if I repurpose some of the leftover parts from Stone Ship. I have a little project of my own in mind. Shouldn't take more than a few hours if I just bolt the entire thing into the railing. Father's device works. Being able to see Channelwood without physically being there is truly unbelievable. For all their kind words about how much I contributed, I know this is more of their achievement than mine. They deserve to be proud. Alright, we have new colors, new shapes, and new numbers. Look at this crystal lantern that he's got. Yeah, they both had them. How are these working? They look like they're in like an oil lantern setup, but that can't be what that's running them, right? hot compass. Okay. Those were good. That was a lot of good lore from the two brothers. Kind of showing how their personalities were evolving, or how they devolved. I wonder how old they were supposed to be at this time. Look at the mist. Look at the misty mist. It's an elevator? Yep. Now this elevator came from up above. Seemed like there was another way to go over on the other side here. In fact, we got a viewing panel along here. I don't see a way to turn this. Shall we go up where it came from, or should we try going down? I mean, the notes definitely made it seem like it was going down somewhere at one point or another. Ah, shoot. Did I not take a screenshot of that part? I don't think so. Did I take an in-game photo of it? Let's see. Just out of morbid curiosity. Yeah, it was this one that I was thinking of. All right. Let's go up to where it came from. 'Cause it already seems like we are way underground. We didn't walk too far down. Okay, so we're like in a high up observation post. Whoa. What? Whoa, look. Look what we did to the sky. Trigger the aurora in the skies of Rhyme. Can we trigger like any color? What happens if we have like two very different colors? Ooh. That's what happens. This is neat. Okay, so do these numbers and these colors have anything to do with what we saw on in the book? That's the question. Yeah, maybe we should have taken some in-game ones, but yeah, like they kept getting cut off. That's the only problem with the camera. I don't know why they decided to do that. The camera only takes like square 4x3 shots. Was there a camera in the original game? I mean, that could be an explanation, but that means that they wouldn't have updated the camera. Yeah, the problem is that these are like standalone numbers. Like, I don't think we can tie those numbers to this device. Part of me wants to leave something on over here. We don't know to what end, but we could just leave something on. Let's put it to traditional Aurora Borealis colors. I guess we could have left it on. We could have thrown some purple in there. Oh, that's not traditional. Whatever, it's fine. We're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it on 1,000 and 1,000. Alright, let's come back. Can we go up any further? Nope. Dedra, no! It's so early. Alright, well, there is no place to go further, so I'm going to assume from the information we have, we should be able to do something up there. Alright, Cadedrin, good night. Should we try using the numbers from the books to some degree? Which, so Sirius's book had a yellow, pink, purple, and green colors. But what does the 10, 7, 4, and 1 mean? Because the first one is yellow. We can do a 740. There's no way this is it, though. We could try doing colors. Just colors. I don't know. I have no idea. So yeah, Sirius's book has a yellow. At least I think that's what these colors are. Oh, that looks weird. I did. I mean, I made it appear to begin with. So yeah, you can see here the first set. There's something to do with these. Don't know how we incorporate these numbers. But then yeah, we have yellow, pink, purple, and green. That was Sirius's. And then Akinar has like a blank on one of them. It's kind of like a sky blue, teal, a dark blue, and like a orange or a yellow. It's hard to say with the lighting in here too, what they are. Order. I don't know. I mean, possibly. So yeah, they both have one of each. The order is slightly different between them. They both start with this one that's like blank with the circles. Then this one and this one are. Then the other three are different. Oh no. Okay, so there's two on Akinar's with this symbol. But if they are an indicator of order, I have no idea what the order could possibly mean from those. And two same symbols on each of theirs. But how does it pertain to this? how the numbers pertain to it? Like, for example, the numbers related to this, the only way we can get a 1 or a 10 is with the 1000. There's no other 1 anywhere on these sliders. Well, that's what I was thinking too, Bose, but I don't know where else we need to go. Maybe we've missed something somewhere. I was thinking we were going to be able to go down based on these buttons, but all we can do is come up. Wait, what is this button? Is this to call it up if it's down? Can we call it down while being up here? Ah, shoot. Did they just add that button up there as a logical thing? I don't think there's any way that we could possibly go up or be up there without the elevator. And we can't go any further down. It's not like the other areas where you could press the button and leave. It closes the moment you press a button. Let's see. Should we explore and see if we've missed anything? I mean, the journals have got to be tied to it, surely. It's got colors in it. I just don't know how the numbers are related. Let's see. Now, it's possible we have similar colors on them. The only thing that, like, we could pair these 3 colors together with the 2 journals. The only one that's standing out is this white one. There's got to be something that ties these 2 together, too, right? I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this one so I can have them back to back. Now, they were talking about crystals changing based on temperature, too. Oh, look, we got a glimpse of one of the whales. Maybe it likes this color I put in the sky. Where are we looking right now? Yeah, we can't manipulate this at all. So the range of numbers go from 200 to 1,000. 200 to 1,000, and I think it's just increments. What were the increments? Because I said you couldn't get the number 1 at all. The only time we saw the number 1 was when it was set to 1,000. That can't be, because then we would have gotten 1s in between. So it had to have been skipping. It couldn't have been increments of 10. Was it doing increments of 50? I don't know. We'll have to go back and look. I'm not finding anywhere else to go. Yeah, this is where we first appeared. Well, I was looking at it to see if we could add them up, but that's the problem. It's off numbers. We could add them all together. Yeah, how does it tie? Carol, how is it going? Happy Tuesday. Good evening indeed. Here, we'll go back up and we'll look at the journal. Okay, we gotta turn off. We can't manipulate the numbers with the Aurora Borealis on. Okay, so... Aw, Luna's such a good girl. Okay, so it's going in increments of 20. So yeah, that's why we're not seeing number 1 anywhere else besides 1,000. It's increments of 20. Starts with 200 and goes in increments of 20. Yeah, it's been raining here too. Get a bit of rain. We haven't had a lot of rain recently. These past few days have been rainy. I want these screenshots on my other computer. So yeah, if we do something like adding them together, for example, doesn't really add. I was wondering if maybe the colors could be combined, but we still don't know what the middle symbols do. I still feel like we're missing something. Oh my gosh, there's a button in here. But wait a minute. Is that button only showing up because... Has that button always been here? Have I just not noticed it? Okay, so there is something else to the elevator. I'm gonna activate this. Just for the hell of it. Ah, yeah. There's another red button in the elevator. Beautiful. Beautiful sky. Is it still in here? Yeah, it's still here. So I mentioned that it looked like there was some way to go over here. Let's see what happens if we click this. Yeah, it's turning the elevator. So I bet when we go... So we actually have a new place to go up here. But if we go down, we'll probably be able to go down the other direction that we saw at the beginning. No, I didn't. Oh, the increments. They're 20. Increments of 20. But I just realized that there was there's a red button in the elevator when we're at the top. And it turned the elevator around 180 degrees. So yeah, that's why you don't see the 1 outside of 1,000, because... Because it's increments of 20. We're hearing the whales a lot. Maybe they like these colors too. Now, why do you suppose we can come up here? Maybe it's just so we can look around, get a better view. I'm trying to see if we can spot the whales outside of looking through the scope down there. But I'm not seeing any whales. It's true. Could be the last ones alive for all we know. There's got to be a reason to come out over... Oh, look! There's one right there. They're the babies. We saw the babies. And the mama, presumably. Or papa. Who knows? I'm assuming it's mama. Mama and babies. Is that the only reason you think to come up here? So we can see the whales? There's got to be another reason, right? Alright. So let's go back down. Because, yeah, like I said, we saw... It looked like a path was on the other side of the elevator. So presumably we're going to be able to go that way now. It's a door with a green button. Secret room. Is this where Atra stayed? His room is much nicer. He's got his own stove. Aww. Is this supposed to be Catherine with the two boys? So this must be Akinar. So Akinar's the older brother. At least we can assume so from his journal. And this must be Cirrus. Maybe? Look at this. Show. Okay. Alright, well, this answers about other volumes. We have volume 2 right now. Rime volume 2. Before spending any more time with my experiments, I have decided that I must finish construction. I have brought both Cirrus and Akinar this time. The shaft is almost finished, as is the observation post. Both boys prefer inside where it is warm, protected from the cold. Neither of them shows any real desire to leave. I cannot remember the last time my son spent so much time with me in an age. Last night, Cirrus came to me with a hypothesis that may solve the crystal refraction issue entirely. His suggestion involved cutting the crystals into thin lenses before attempting to filter light through them, an idea that came to him while thinking about the properties of my eyeglasses. I can't help but smile at the idea of Cirrus watching me stare through the solution right on my nose. It is an unconventional approach, but his reasoning is sound. With Akinar's help, I believe we can repurpose some of the equipment already in the workroom to fashion these crystal lenses. Progress on the lenses is slow, as the crystals are prone to shatter if handled incorrectly. Despite the setbacks, my sons are wholly engrossed in the task, and seeing them work together gives me great hope for the future. I long for the day I can bring them to Denny to see its beauty for themselves. I know they will prove themselves indispensable to any restoration efforts I might undertake. Eventually I will need to tell them about Riven, but there is much to do before it becomes a concern. The lenses have been completed. Tonight we will return to Mist Island and to Catherine. It has been too long without the warmth of either, and we all deserve a break. While there, I will need to collect some additional linking books. It brings me no joy, but the only way to test the device is to intentionally damage several of them and ensure the device can still create a focused image. We only spent a day with Catherine before returning. I was still working up the courage to ask her for it, but before I could even begin speaking, she had placed the book in my hands. It was the waterlogged linking book to Riven I had thrown into the sea of the moment we were back in Mist, free of my father. I knew destroying the book was only a symbolic gesture, as the descriptive book still remained in Kavir. But I was young and angry. I wonder if that's basically hinting... Well, I don't know. He says as the descriptive book still remained in Kavir. And I wonder if that means the brothers are alive then. Maybe the same thing? Destroying the book just being a symbolic gesture. Maybe he was just trying to permanently trap them where they are. That seems like a fate worse than death. I remember Catherine swimming out to retrieve it despite my objections. You should keep it. You may want it later, she told me. At the time, the idea upset me. Why would I want a reminder of that place? But once again, she was right. We said our goodbyes, and I returned to Rhyme, humbled by her foresight and love, as well as the note she had secretly tucked under the book's cover. It has been several days with no progress. No matter how we alternate the lenses, only the faintest, blurriest image appears. Did I damage the books too severely? Is the number of lenses too few or too many? The number of variables feels insurmountable. The boys find their own methods of encouragement. They have not given up hope, and so I must follow their example. For now, I have decided to refocus my efforts on the lights in the night sky. Although I originally thought the effect to be an organic one, I now believe it to be electromagnetic in origin. Is this all... Are we just talking about the Aurora Borealis? Is that the lights? I think the effect could be triggered somehow. It's something that we'll have to try. I guess so. So the Aurora Borealis was coming and going, and then he figured out a way to actually make it show up whenever he wanted. I doubt either of my sons was expecting the amount of work it would take. It has turned out to be a challenge, working above the cold waters where the wind cuts through clothing and skin like a sharp knife. Still, even amidst the dark cold, they are driven to complete the task. It is a side of them I have not seen before. The towers are finished. The power they require is conducted directly through the saline sea, alleviating the need for wires and enabling us to locate the towers a comfortable distance away. We are close now. Tomorrow, after adjusting the voltage, we will know just how close. This morning, as we worked, I noticed Akinar rubbing his eyes and groaning under his breath. Until now, I had simply assumed it was fatigue, but he then asked if either Cyrus or I ever got headaches from how strange the light is here compared to other ages. It took a few moments for the full weight of his observation to hit me. Akinar had inadvertently noticed that the frequency of the visible light in Rhyme is completely unique to this age. Something so important yet so subtle that it had gone unseen thus far. Of course, the lenses could not focus the linking panels of the books. They were calibrated assuming a standard frequency range. We shall repurpose the towers to allow the manipulation of the lights in the sky and project it through the lenses, giving us much finer control. We will need to find the correct combined frequency and construct an additional tower to transfer the light to the imaging device. But I believe that work will go quickly. We are so close now, I can feel it. Alright, so we already have a number that we can try. 1400. Another hard day, but we have erected the final tower. I am too tired to write tonight. Tomorrow we test Akinar's theory. Akinar and Cyrus have some kind of shared secret they are keeping from me. I admit to great curiosity about what it could be, but I believe it is better to let them have something that is theirs alone. Truth be told, I am glad to see them relying on each other more. It has taken longer than I could have imagined, but this morning we were able to get a nearly perfect view of an age through its damaged book. It is an incredible sensation, like standing in two worlds at once. It is so much more than I could have done alone. The boys are so proud and want to return to Mist Island immediately to tell their mother about it, which is just as well. It's time they learned about Riven. Yeah, so, I mean, if we were pondering whether or not they came out with this DLC to better connect Mist to Riven, it seems pretty evident, considering how much this DLC is talking about Riven. Okay, so that's the end of the book. So we have at least one frequency to try, and we have a group of lenses here on the desk. So I don't seem to be able to move them, but they're making noise when I click on them. Why can't I move you guys? I want to move you! Oh. Oh, we can move them. I just have to hold it down. Interesting. Okay. I can't move them very far. I don't know if this is anything that we have to do with, or if this is just something to play with, like so many other objects in the game. Yeah, in fact, this is more similar to Akinar's novel, or journal. Although this looks blatantly green. Blue, red, and then clear. In Cirrus's entry, though, he didn't have a white one. It was pink or red. I'm going to assume red. Wait, yellow? Okay, so... No, I'm wrong. Cirrus has, they both in each of their journals have like a yellow or orange, which is not here. And then the pink one is not over on Akinar's. Alright, so... Yeah, I don't know if this is anything. It might not be anything. It could just, like I said, it might just be a little object that we can manipulate. We should go see what 1400 does. Right. Yeah, so the corresponding ones, and then on Akinar, he had a clear, a blue, and a green. And orange? Is that was Akinar's? Yeah, so he has the orange, blue, presumably green, and the clear one. So we might have to, like, match those lenses, possibly, in something else that we're not seeing. So, we already have the Mist book. We can return from here. I wonder if something in the journals is indicative, or at least of the one shot that we had, that we did actually take here. Because, see, this shows... presumably, this is where we are right now. But is this a curiosity that it shows the book here? And then it looks like there's some kind of shaft above this room, assuming that it is this room. I don't know. I don't know. I wonder, yeah, it's interesting to me that we got the book to return so fast. Look, a letter from Catherine. We did not need to take a screenshot of this, but we did anyway. I understand why viewing Riven is so vital to you. In truth, I have not stopped thinking about my home since the moment we escaped. But no matter how much you insist, you're simply ensuring John remains trapped there. I see my own sadness when I look into your eyes. John? Is that his father? John is a monster who deserves his imprisonment. But I also know he will always be your father. Atris, my love, do you wish only to affirm that the cage still holds? Or is there something more significant to you that you're searching for? Yours, Catherine. Is that where Catherine's being held to? Is Riven? Is that the point of the sequel? That we're gonna go try to find Catherine? But that means we're gonna have to deal with his father, too. Atris's father. Well, I mean, I guess that was a given, no matter what. I like... like, can we put something in here? Maybe. It does talk about crystals being changed by temperatures. Or is this yet another thing that we can just play with and it doesn't mean anything? Damn you, Blueprints! You're giving me unreasonable expectations in all other puzzle games. Okay, so do we have to... I think we have to go back up. Oh, hold on. We can go deeper when we're connected here. Interesting. Are we now at the bottom where we originally were, or did we go even deeper? Hello, hello, hello. Oh gosh, there's a lot to this room. Oh no. Oh, dang it. We found it. Even after all these years, I recognized it in an instant. Unfortunately, water leaking has messed up some of the information we need, apparently. Infinity in a bottle. Look, Everdunes. So they're figuring out, they're just figuring out the crystal patterns they need to view the different worlds? From, what, like the holotable? The different ages? Okay. Okay, so this is the information we're getting. So the circles, the circle designs are a representation of what? The crystal colors? Hold on. Can I keep this open while tabbing? Oh, I can. Okay, that's nice. Alright. So... well, the numbers aren't corresponding. The 4 corresponds here. Which one goes on top next? Well, see, that's... I don't know. The numbers are not corresponding to the shapes, so they have to be separate. Right? None of these are tying to Akinars, as far as the numbers and the shapes go. So what are these numbers representing to these? Four, 10. So yeah, we're missing 2 of the patterns on here that I'm assuming maybe we're just gonna need to figure out. We have these 2. 14, 7, both matching with these. I was hoping they were gonna be matching to the colors. Akinars. Alright, let's look around. Let me take a screenshot of this. Maybe look at these thin cuts over here. Are we gonna be able to make our own? And they have like here's a polisher right here. I can't manipulate any of this stuff. Nothing, I can't touch anything. Crystal observations. Max distance between the height of the top and bottom lenses cannot exceed 11 steps. It seems the light is unable to penetrate the ink of the book if the distance is too great. To allow for needed refraction, no two sequential lenses can have a matching iris size. Each lens color frequency must be unique. Excellent observation. To compensate for its extreme refraction, any lens set to use the highest frequency color must also use the smallest iris. To complete for its extreme refraction, any lens set to use the highest frequency color also must use the smallest iris. If a lens sits between two small iris lenses, it must be equal in distance to both. Lens frequency must... Well, it said must decrease, but he's crossed that out. Must, in order as they get closer to the book. Can increase or decrease, but they must do so in order. Even with the alteration of the base crystal shape into a flat lens, the laws of physics cannot be circumvented. I can also not manipulate this. What? So, what is the implication? I thought this was going to be tied to the holo table. Is the implication that when he was writing books before, did they not have this visual imagery on it? And this is something they learned how to create through this? So we have a pink, green, blue, and white right now. Can we even try the combos that we have? Pink, green, blue, and white. Well, we don't have the lenses. So we can adjust the iris through this. Is there a way for us to change the crystals? Okay, this is how we adjust the numbers. Okay, we just rotate this to change the colors. So we could do... How do we know what ties to what book? And is that something we need to do? Because we can change each of the books. So for example, Akonar's would be this. All of this needs to be adjusted. We could do trial and error. It's not like there's a ton of books. So Akonar... We are missing a switch for the top number. Which does look like where it needs to be, though. Am I reading the shapes right? Would the full white be completely open? I'm assuming so. So this one would be completely closed. Yeah, we're missing a lever on here. Okay, so this is Akinar's notation. Is this setup? Should we already have an idea about what was written or what these... Whoa. Okay. Blank. Does that matter? Blank book. Missed. Got a mist. I feel like the colors have got to be tied to where it makes sense. Well, we tried all of them. But I'm not... His combo didn't seem to do anything. Do have it right? Let's see. Okay, so this is Akinar's. Assuming that it's not... I mean, this has got to be right. It's not the other way around, is it? Fully open, fully closed, fully open, and mid. You think the colors are wonky? And then what is Okay, we can do Cirrus's as well. The top one's always open. Maybe that's why it has no lever on it. Maybe is the top one always open? Is that what we got from the notes? It has to be. 10741. What? Why can't I exit out of here? What's happening? I can't click anything. Click. Click. Why can't I manipulate any of you? Oh, there we go. I feel like there's something that I'm not doing right. Like we should have been able to do something with 10... I need to put another copy on my other screen. Mine on the main and then on the other one as well. My chat up here is behind. Let me I'm gonna reopen it. So I have it up here as well. Okay, so Cirrus's is 10741. With the yellow up here. pink here. Okay. Okay, so this is Ceres's. Maybe... Hopefully we weren't having to look straight up, because I've not been looking straight up this entire time. If we had to look straight up, I've not been doing it. I assumed we were going to see it on these walls. Hopefully there's not something like where we have to close a door or something. Oh, I can hear the sound patterns. Have we already gone through the whole thing? I don't think we're accomplishing anything. We have to have gone all the way around, right? And what is the deal with the blank one? Like, what could we possibly need for the blank one? I don't remember where we started. I guess we'll keep going. Where did I start, guys? Nothing. I probably have. So yeah, the top screen never changes. Surely it must be that these things around here are gonna change. But I'm clearly doing something wrong. Are we missing something elsewhere? Can we rotate this? Yeah, what are we missing? Now we could do whatever this is. So now that we know what it is, we can say, okay, so this obviously is something else too. We have a 14, 10, 7, and 4. Open, completely closed, completely open, completely closed. cyan, this teal, blue, red, and orange, yellow. I don't want to move on to something else though. Why aren't we able to figure out how to do why aren't we able to figure out how to do the brothers patterns? Alright, screw it. Let's try this one, I guess. So it's 14, 10, 7, 1. Axis. 14. What? Oh. That got it. Come on. I don't know how I'm accessing and unaccessing it. Alright, 14... What did I say? 14, 10, 7, 1? Fourteen, 10, 7, 1. Teal, blue, red, yellow. Axis. Pink. Oh, yeah, 4. Thank you, Bose. Ah! Access! Access! Oh my gosh. Why? Go down! Damn you, go down! Completely open, completely closed. Completely open and completely closed. Okay. Let's try this pattern and see if we can do something. Was I doing the numbers wrong before? Thank you, MP. Always a good friendly reminder. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. If you like MP, hit that like button. Do very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we continue to not know what the heck we're doing here. It's making me feel like we're just maybe missing a single step or something. Unless I've been putting the inputs in incorrectly this whole time. Because we don't seem to be accomplishing anything. The thing up above or the walls don't seem to be doing anything at all. All right. Oh, okay. I need to take a mental break. I'm going crazy. Maybe we needed to activate the Aurora Borealis on 1400 first. That'd be insane. But that is something we forgot, and it just occurred to me that that's something else we haven't done yet. Yeah, that could be true too, Bose. We might be having to go look at it somewhere else. Because, yeah, we never did this. So maybe it's because we have it on the wrong... Maybe this needs to be set to a particular setting. We should have... I completely forgot about this. Look at those fall colors. Well, there's nothing else standing about it. It said 1400, so I'm assuming it's 1400. Alright, let's see if that makes any difference. Oh shoot, doggone it. We were supposed to turn the elevator around. Making me dizzy. Anything else new out here before we go back down? Ooh. Has it always been doing that? Or is that new? Oh, that's got to be new. We would have noticed this before last time, right? I like this green and orange coloring. Click. Ah, Cerebral. Can't leave yet. Alright. Oh. Something's different in here. It looks completely different. I mean, there's nothing we can see. Alright, so let's do this one. Oh, yeah, look. Now the pages are coming to life. Alright, so let's see. Question. Hey, we got one. It's a selenitic. Okay. So is this combo selenitic? We'll have to assume so, because that's what we left on the table. Let's see if we move it to another book. Now, what's the point of this outside of being able to view the world? Like, what are we getting out of this? Like, maybe we need to view Riven? So we need to figure out the combination for Riven, maybe? So if we move to a different one... Blank. Okay. Should we write this down? Here, let me bring up a notepad and write this down. So this combo is... So 14 open teal, 10 closed blue, 7 open red, and 4 closed yellow. Equals selenitic. Okay. Okay, so I don't know what we accomplished by doing this. So we're able to view selenitic without actually having visited there. So let's switch back to the brothers combos. It's got to be green. The one that's on the bottom for Cirrus's page. We can do a 0 on the bottom. Go down. Go down. I don't understand what's stopping it from moving sometimes. I feel like a crazy person. So medium, closed, and medium. I wish we could just leave the switch on and move the table. Can't do this. Alright, well now I'm starting to doubt my colors. Maybe it's supposed to be the teal? The lighting's not great. Oh shoot, I should have brought it over here. That's definitely teal, that's not green. Okay, hold on. Or sky blue, whatever it is. There's got to be something that we're needing to do with the blank. Oh, nice. Okay. Alright, we found one. So this was Stone Ship. I'm just gonna rename my screenshot to Stone Ship. I mean, we could write it down. We could still write it down. Open yellow, pink, medium, 7 medium. Why am I writing it backwards? I should be writing it in the order, shouldn't I? So it'd be order on the input. So yellow, open, 10, pink, medium, 7, blue, closed, 4, and teal, medium, 1. I don't know what we're accomplishing though. What are we accomplishing right now? That's why the blank one is sticking out to me. Are we needing to find a new world? Because we already have a way back to Mist right now. Alright, so let's do Akinar's now. Maybe we're like dwindling away at the options, but there's so many combinations we could do. Surely it's not a guessing game, even if we find the other ones. I mean, we could try it on the blank book. Alright, so let's go back to Akinar's. His white was on the bottom. The top one was teal, is that right? Let me switch my screenshot over. Yeah, so the first one was this sky blue color. It's really not a teal. It's a sky blue or a cyan color. Can't see it. I can't. What? It needs to be fully closed. It's gonna be all the way to the left. And then yellow. Completely open. And then white. White is on the bottom. 2. That's on the medium, so that should be right. Is that all correct? Looks good to me. Alright, so we know it's not Stone Ship. You see, I feel like either we're needing to find the combination for Riven, or we're needing to find a combination for the blank book, or both. Got that one. Blank is going to do nothing, I'm assuming. Channelwood. I guess that makes sense. This seemed like a place that Akinar would want to look at, since he is doing something with that holotable and the language. Blue closed 9. Yellow open 6. Clear medium 2. It's Channelwood. Alright. There was the lenses that were on the table over here. So we could look at these. The light's coming from the top, right? Yeah. So you could assume open, blue, closed, pink, medium yellow, and clear open. And then the numbers. I guess we'll take an approximation. Maybe I should write these down, whatever this place is. Hopefully this is like hopefully this is Riven or blank or something, because I don't know where else we need to go to look for these things. So 20, 19, 18, 17. So 17 open blue. And then 14 closed pink. What is that? Yale? Is that 11? 11. Why am I writing it this way? Whatever, it's fine. 11. I went back to writing it backwards. I don't know why I want to write it that way. 11 yellow, medium, or 11 medium yellow. I'm just making up new orders now. And then finally 7 open clear. All right, let's go try this. Access. Access! Okay, that's already right. Yellow's already right. Medium. And clear on the 7, which is open. Alright, is that right? Should we double check one more time? Hopefully it's right. It's not exactly on this ruler, but 17, 14, 11, and 7. 17, 14, 11, 7. 17, 14, 11, 7. Alright, no, we already know it's not Channelwood. No, it's not Stone Ship. Let's see, is it Ribbon? Come on, Ribbon. Nothing. It's mechanical. Alright, so we are... How many books are on here? There's 7 books. 7 books, and we have figured out 3? No, we figured out 4, right? Yeah, we figured out 4. So we have 4 of the 7 books combos figured out. Is there a way that we should be realizing what the remaining ones are? It can't just be simply a guessing game. There's got to be a logic to it. Oh, there's this one. Right. Okay. He's calling it Infinity in a Bottle. Surely this is not going to come down to being a guessing game. Yeah. And it could be Everdunes by the fact that Everdunes is on the right, but none of the books are labeled Everdunes. So maybe we have to put this one on... Do you think we need to put it on a blank? A blank. So each color frequency must be unique, right? No 2 sequential lenses can have a matching iris size. Any lens set to use the highest frequency color must also use the smallest iris. The highest frequency color? If a lens sits between 2 small iris lenses, it must be equal in distance to both. Right. What's the highest frequency? Compensate for its extreme reflection. Any lens that is set to use the highest frequency color must also use the smallest iris. What were the colors up top? Oh, bloody hell. I'm just gonna go back up there. Oh, we gotta turn around. Okay, so yeah, this is the frequency numbers. So, can we write, let me write this down too. So it goes, the highest frequency is, okay, this makes sense. In fact, we probably could have deterred this from the other combinations too, at least to some degree. So green is the highest. Then what, cyan, blue, pink, yellow, and then clear. We just have the 6, right? Okay, so that's our frequency order, assuming that highest is the literal highest number. Ah, no, I did it again! Ah. Because that would make sense. So if we're looking at the last patterns that we had, yeah, they all go in that same order. Oh no, they don't. Is it backwards? Hold on, let me go back. Make sure I've written it down right. Oh, this is his room. Oh, we have another one here. Okay. Yeah, look. We've got, assuming that this is an order, we have something. We can assume that's, shoot, how do we figure out the numbers though? What's the highest number? Shoot, what is the highest number? That would be the easiest way to figure this out. I don't remember what the highest number is. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I say that. I can't tell where they're attached. Is this one from the top? I'm just going to take a screenshot of it, and we'll figure it out when we get down there. Screenshot. Infinity in a bottle. See, here's the thing. So it's just saying the lens colors must be unique to compensate for its extreme refraction. Any lens set to use the highest frequency color must also use the smallest iris. So all we need to know is that the highest frequency among the colors has to be closed. So we've had closed ones in every single one. Okay, now it makes sense. No, it doesn't. I'm confused then. Any lens set to use the highest frequency color must also use the smallest iris? But Stone Ship wasn't that way. Or was it? Or was it? No, it's not. Yellow was the highest frequency on Stone Ship, and it was open. Am I confused? Well, now I don't know what to think. What is the highest and what is the lowest? If a lens sits between two small iris lenses, it must be equal in distance to both. Am I crazy, guys? If we're assuming that green is the highest and clear is the lowest frequency of color, then how does some of these make sense? And it says that any lens set to use the highest frequency color must also use the smallest iris. So if we take that into account and then we look at shoot. For example, oh shoot, what happened to it? So yeah, this is why I'm confused. The teal, the sky blue color would have been the highest frequency in this pattern, but it doesn't have the smallest iris. So what am I missing here? Alright, let's read this bottom one. Lens frequency can increase or decrease, but they must do so in order. Even with the alteration of the base crystal shape into a flat lens, the laws of physics cannot be circumvented. I'm so confused. Did I take a screenshot of the one over on the table? Probably. Yeah, I did. I remember doing it. Okay, so this one is yellow something something. blue something 12. Something medium something, and then something 4. So yeah, we should be able to figure this out from that information. The colors is what's hanging me up. Because, so for example, yellow's on top, then blue. I am stumped. We could try the one in the office, but I'm guessing this is the one we need, ultimately. And of course, I didn't take it with my camera. I took it with my normal screenshots. I guess while my brain is continuing to melt, let's do this one at least first real quick, figure out which one it is. Okay, so if we're looking at the ruler over here, top one's 20. So does that mean that clear one is 19? Was I missing numbers on that thing? I have to assume the etched lines are indications of where they are, so we can assume it's open clear on 19. Let me write this down. So clear, open, 19. Then the next one was medium. 19, 17. Here, let me show you guys what I'm looking at so you can see as I'm slowly figuring it out. You guys can figure it out faster than me. So I'm saying clear, open, 19, assuming that it's one notch down from 20. And then we'll go 20, 19, 18, 17, 16. So medium, pink, 16. 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. 12. Blue, open 12. $12, $11, $10, $9, $8. Hopefully that's right. Green closed, 8. Let's go see if that makes any sense. This is the first green I think we've used. Alright, let's see if that works. Oh, obviously we don't need mechanical. What have we not done yet? We haven't done ribbon, we haven't done blank, and we haven't done mist. we found Mist. Of course Mist is the one in his room. I guess that makes sense. Alright, so we only have 2 left, and it's Riven and Blank. So yeah, it's pretty clear that the one we're trying to figure out on the table over there has got to be Riven. Mist. Let's save that. Okay. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Alright. Gosh, I wish I could bring my mouse over off onto my other screen when I'm in a menu like this. It doesn't let me. Does not let me. Okay. Yellow, blank, blank. I mean, we'll still go by the notes, but I feel like I'm wrong, or I'm not understanding it. I've written it down, the frequencies. I got a yellow and a blue. Okay, here we go. Okay. Seems the light is unable to penetrate the ink of the book if the distance is too great. Cannot exceed 11 steps. See, I mean, I feel like the frequency note only is letting us know what the iris can be, which I still doesn't make sense to me. I guess it just can't have a smaller iris than that, so it's not that it's going to use the smallest iris. Can I open the other one back up again? So in the case of Sirius's, no, that still doesn't add up to me. Blue, pink, yellow, clear. Blue, pink, yellow, clear. See, this is where I'm confused. According to by that description, any lens set to use the highest frequency color must also use the smallest iris. Unless it's just saying that green. Is it just simply saying that green, if there is a green, that has to have the smallest? I was thinking it was just saying the highest of the colors you've selected. But that doesn't add up with Sirius's here. Because the highest frequency color in this list is the teal one. But the blue has the smallest iris amongst these. So I feel like I'm confused, like I'm misreading what this is saying. Okay, so if a lens sits between two small iris lenses, it must be equal in distance to both. One iris in the node. Now it is going in order, so it is all of these are going in order on the color frequency. So yellow, then went to pink, then blue, and well, let me look at Akinar's. Can it go either direction? It must, because this is going up, right? The top was yellow, which is towards the bottom of the frequency, and then it goes up to pink, then to blue, then to teal. But you can see here, it goes the other direction for Akinar's. His goes from teal to blue, then to yellow, then to clear. So we can assume the next two colors are going to be teal and then green. So let's fill in those. So we'll assume yellow, blue, teal, and then green. See, now so I would suppose that the green would have to have a closed, but again, I still feel like the other color combos don't really make sense in that regard, but we'll go on that assumption. So would that mean the bottom, the green one, has to be a closed iris? So if that's the case, then we'll have a small iris here. So we have a medium. All right. We are back. Cerebral, can you hear me? I guess I should tell everybody to refresh, just in case. Make sure to refresh, assuming that our connection is fine now. See, Cerebral wasn't caught up. Caught up with the stream. Cerebral, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Cerebral? She can hear us. Okay, so the frequency is based on the color frequency up at the top of the tower. So the only thing I'm confused by with the color, the frequency, is that we can assume that we have the right answer here. In fact, I can open up this page in Paint so we can fill in what we've got. So here, let me fill in what we have. So we can assume that is what we're going to be looking for in this, but what I don't understand is that doesn't make sense to this. So the frequency the frequency is green is the highest frequency. Then it goes to teal, then blue, then pink, then yellow, then clear. But am I crazy, or does that not make sense with this? So there must be something else that's overriding that, because in this combination, teal should be the smallest lens because it's the highest frequency. So this is the only thing that's throwing me off, is that this combo from Cirrus, the teal is not using the smallest iris. So I'm lost. I'm confused because it seems like Cirrus's combo doesn't follow those rules. Yeah, I don't know. I'm lost. But here, this is what we have so far over here. Which I've written down. So we are going by the order of the frequency colors. At the very least, that helped us, knowing that. Because then we should have... it should be... yellow, blue... we'll say sky blue... cyan, teal, whatever. And then green is on the bottom. So being that green is the highest frequency, we have to assume that it is a closed loop. Alright. Ignore my crude drawings. We're saying this is a closed one. Oh gosh, I can barely see that. Alright, so that's a closed one, and then we know that the top one has to be open. So we just need to know what this is. And then of course we still have to figure out the numbers. Lens frequency can increase or decrease, but they must do so in order. Yeah. Even with the alteration of the base crystal shape, blah, 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 blah. If a lens sits between two small iris lenses, it must be equal in distance to both. And then, we can't have more than a separation of 11 between the top and the bottom lenses, so that helps us with the numbers. Maybe bows. That's possible. Maybe if it just happens to be the highest, then it has to have the smallest iris size. And we know that... okay, so actually, no. We should know that possibly... because it says no two sequential lenses can have matching iris size. So does that tell us that this has to be closed? So we should already know the lenses then. Assuming that this is right. So we have a closed. So we just need to figure out the numbers, and then we should have this. Okay, so we have everything but the numbers, and we can't have a separation of 11. So the max distance between the height of the top and the bottom lenses cannot exceed 11 steps. So if we were going to be separating these... does that mean the highest number could be 15, or would it have to be 14? $11, 4 up 11. So this has got to be either 14 or 15. Right, we can't go... there's no possible way we could go beyond that. Well, I guess that's not true. I guess it could be 13. 13... But 11 out. Either we can't go to 11, in which case it would be 13. It'd be 14. Or we can go out to 11, which would be 15. To allow for needed refraction, no two such control lenses can have a matching iris size. Each lens color frequency must be unique. To compensate for its extreme refraction, any lens to use the highest frequency color must be the smallest. That's what we're assuming for the green. If a lens sits between two small iris lenses, it must be equal in distance to both. Okay. So then that would be 8, right? Alright, let's go try this. Alright. So let's see. So the only contention... That was the top number. Bottom number is 4. With green small, which it already was. Next one would have to be 8. Medium on teal. Or sky. I can't help but call it teal. It's a sky blue. It's a cyan, right? I don't. I've gotten in. I've been writing down. I've been writing teal in my notes, and that's the only reason I keep saying teal. And then blue. 12. Small. Oh, okay, yeah. And we can't even go lower than it has to be 15. 14 is not even an option. Alright, well then I'll keep calling it teal. Yellow. Open. Okay. So let's see, ribbon. This has got to be ribbon. Well, what about the blank book? Can we do anything with the blank book? The blank book is also something we haven't done anything with. Well, I didn't do anything with the blank book. Oh, Fate of Fifth Age. We got an achievement. Discover the secrets of rhyme. Hello, hello. Is this a sneak peek of Riven? We've not been here before. Well, that's making me feel like... Wait, are we done? There's got to be something else to do. We didn't do anything with the blank book. Because we got an achievement. All right, hold on. Let's look at the achievements. There's got to be something else. Yeah, we only got 3 achievements. We did not write any whales, you're right. All right, we're going to look at the hidden achievements. Let's see. Oh. Yeah. Okay, some of these achievements, obviously, we need to do back in the main game. Okay, a lot of these are. Apparently, achieve the good ending within 2 minutes. All right, we'll get back to that stuff. Is there any more rhyme achievements? Achieve the good ending. Found the skeleton. I think we're done. I think there was only 3 rhyme achievements. I don't think there's anything else to do. Huh? Are these the only rhyme achievements right here? Arrive on Rhyme, trigger the Aurora, and discover the secrets of the Rhyme Age. We must be done. And I guess the idea would be to go and play Riven at this point? Well, that didn't stop us from spending 2 hours here. Never, ever assume that we're able to do puzzle games in a short period of time. That is something I am incapable of doing. But yeah, we must be done. That's really bugging me that we didn't do anything with the blank book. Should we look up and see if there's something we can do with the blank book? I guess that's true. Yeah, but look at how long we've been streaming. So yeah, even though it took like a half an hour plus before we even came to Rhyme, we still spent at least 2 hours here. I guess I take a long time reading books too. Most people probably speed read through the books, and I spend a lot of time not only reading it, but then speculating on things as I'm reading it. Here, let's see. Is there anything we can do with the blank book in Rhyme? Maybe it's a secret. Someone said I had been fiddling with the blank book for a long time. In the journal he mentions it would be near impossible to find an age using a blank book, so it might be that it's there just simply for lore purposes. I was really hoping it'd be like an age you could modify. So according to this thread, people have come to the conclusion that there is nothing with it. It's just... Yeah, there's a lot of people talking in this thread, and nobody says they were able to find anything with it. Alright, well, considering how long it's taken me just to do the main part of Rhyme, I am not going to be the special somebody that figures out something to do with the blank book. Does it never end? Okay, so we'll assume we're done with Rhyme. That's a little disappointing, but I guess we have to treat it as literally just a stepping stone to Riven. So the next logical thing to do at this point would be to fire up Riven, right? Alright, we gotta go in here so we can go back to Mist. It's a bridge to Riven. I mean, it would be cool if we could... How cool would that have been if they were able to somehow, like, seamlessly connect the games to where once you were able to make the Riven book, you could travel to Riven through that book and start the Riven game? How freaking cool would that be? Okay. All right, so yeah, we actually we did actually put a decent amount of time into this. We could call it here, but there are still a number of achievements we haven't done. So I guess Cerebral, if you want to, you could go to bed now. So you could, but thank you for sticking around. You got to see us get to the end of Rhyme. But yeah, we have 9 achievements we have unaccounted for. Now, I saw here with a couple achievements that they were things that Bose and I talked about, which is, for example, we were curious to see what would happen if we put the last page into one of these books after starting over from the beginning. But one of the achievements is tied to actually doing the green book at the very beginning. In fact, I think 2 of the achievements we saw there were tied to using the green book at the beginning of a start of a new game. So we could possibly do a bunch of these. All right, let's go through them. It's okay that they're... Let's see what we need to do. Okay, that's right. One was ride the tree to the highest position. That's easy enough. We can go do that right now. This one we're going to have to start over. Solve the piano puzzle in a single try. Because, yeah, I think I just randomly hit the button when we first went in. And so that probably killed the achievement. All right, Cerebral, good night. Thanks for stopping in. We'll catch you next time. Sleep well. Good night. And, of course, don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. I'm sure Cerebral already has. If you have not hit that like button yet, be like Cerebral. Hit that like button. And feel free to subscribe if you'd like to be notified of future streams. As we jump into the achievement phase, we might as well keep playing. Like I said, this was a long enough stream that we could end it now, but since we have the achievements, still to do. So let's go get the tree achievement. Since we're right here, we can try to get any achievements we've missed that we could go back to right now. Is it possible to jump in while it's going at its fastest speed? Can we jump in? Is there enough time to jump in here? Yay! Oh, we got it. This just lowers us one at a time. So we could have just jumped in and then done that to get to the bottom. Oh, it's going back up again. That's fine. We can let the tree grow. Okay, so we got that achievement knocked out. Let's see what's next on the list. Let's see. What have we not done? Solve the piano puzzle in a single try. We have to start the game over to try that. Found the skeleton in the mechanical age. The skeleton? We found a skeleton in the mechanical age, didn't we? It's gotta be talking about the guy that was hanging. Maybe there was something we were supposed to click on. We've got to get the bloody thing to face west, though. And I don't remember. I've already forgotten what the sound effects are. So yeah, we noted that the sound effects were the same here as they were in the maze. So that would have been the other clue as far as which direction to go in the maze. So we need this facing west, which unfortunately means we have to do an almost full rotation. I mean, we can double check this, I guess, what the sound is, just to be on the safe side. Is that correct? The cicada sound is west? Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, it is definitely the same sounds. I don't remember if cicada was west. Can I bring up my map and see? Oh yeah, sure enough. The weird insect rattling sound is west on the maze map. All right. Cool. You know what sucks about because we saw another achievement which was tied to the maze. Or did we get it? Made it through the maze in Salentic without pressing backtrack on a randomized playthrough. Although that makes me very curious. So yeah, we had pointed out there was a couple randomized achievements. Strangely, only a couple. Achieved one of the brothers' endings while on a randomized playthrough. Now I'm curious how randomized the randomization is. We talked about that because presumably, especially if the brothers have 3D models, if they have to give you a randomized page and then a randomized pattern, you would not be able to jump to the ending in a randomized playthrough. But we'll have to test that. If we might not be able to do this, we might not be able to get 100% achievements if we have to replay the whole game on randomized, which this one seems to imply. However, it's not the rarest of these achievements. These 3 achievements are the rarest. Accidentally gas yourself? What? Where do we get gas from? Accidentally gas yourself. Achieve the good ending within 2 minutes. That's presumably possible just by simply putting in the right combo and then just going in there. Although I say that, so within 2 minutes you'd have to go and hit all the levers to get the white page, and then you'd have to go put in the combo to get access to the green book, which is, I guess, possible. Maybe it would be good if we knew which of the switches are in what positions. We could just go to the levers. All the levers have to be down, right? So we'd have to go to all levers that are facing up and make sure that they're all facing down. And then this one is fill up all of the shelf space for a page type. What does that mean? Fill up all the shelf space for a page type? Oh yeah, know-it-all. Achieve the good ending without inserting a single red or blue page. We could get that at the same time we get the speedy one. Alright, so yeah, let's go check out Bob. That's why we're here. Let's go check out Bob. So we gotta go all the way around. Well, not all the way around. Nice. Nice. So yeah, what did we do wrong the first time? Because we definitely saw the skeleton. Maybe I didn't look close enough. Yeah, I can't click on it. I mean, I'm looking right at him. That's gotta be the skeleton, right? So, what am I doing wrong? Let's look it up. Okay, the first thing that showed up is just give me my damn achievement. This was 4 years ago, though. Okay, somebody said, I found that if this doesn't work, and it didn't for me the first time, it's easier to just start a new game, do a speed run to mechanical, to set up this scenario again. Takes less than 5 minutes and is sadly easier. Well, not for me, possibly. Can I remember how to do the clock tower? Because we have to do the gears in the clock tower, don't we? We have to get the 221. Shoot, man. So were we gonna have to start a new game in order to get this? Oh man, when it was lagging earlier, did it disconnect the stream and separate it? Yeah, it did. Of course it did. That sucks. That's something I'm going to have to deal with at another point. Yeah, I don't know. Considering we're not getting the achievement popped right now. That was weird. I didn't zoom in like that. How did I make it zoom in like that? I don't know. But yeah, it's not setting off. According to this person, in the original game, you actually have to look through it to see it. So it must be like this because of the VR possibility. Yeah, nothing's working for me. Someone said try clicking on it. Okay, yep, this person had an issue too. They said they can't get Stargazer, it's Bob. I think we have the Stargazer achievement. Yeah, more people are saying it's Bob is buggy. And they just recommend starting over from the beginning to try to get this achievement. Okay. Like I said, if only I could remember how I did the combination. We should have saved before we came over here so we didn't have to do the gears. No, we could just do this. This works. Alright. Is there any other achievements we can get before we restart? The maze we have to do on randomize, which again, I don't know if we're going to be able to do that tonight. It also depends on how randomized it's actually randomized. Are the sound effects still the same? And can we do one of the brothers endings during a randomized playthrough right at the beginning? I also don't know what accidentally gas yourself is. Or fill up all the shelf space for a page type. Oh, shoot. Stack Overflow. It's gotta be that you've brought all the colored pages from the realms to one of the brothers, right? And you just didn't bother putting any of them inside the book. Oh, that one potentially also would not be super easy to do. Well, it would be easy to do, but it wouldn't be something we could quickly do. Oh shoot. Okay, it loaded us here. Ah, crap. All right, we're stuck here, aren't we? We have to do it. We gotta move this back. I mean, technically, no. I mean, we could leave now if we have to restart for any of these other ones. I don't know what the gas is. We might have to look that one up. Let's see. Achievement list. Okay. Accidentally gas yourself. Once in rhyme. Wait, it's a rhyme one? It's a... Oh my gosh. It's a rhyme based? Alright, shoot. Maybe we'll go ahead and go back then. It's a rhyme achievement? Although, I don't think we can do it again. No, we can't. It's something you have to do at the beginning before you get everything set up. So we would have to start over for this one too. Oh, that's so weird. What a weird achievement. It's literally you just standing around waiting. So when you hear the gas hissing when you first enter the building in rhyme... Alright, I'm going to do this anyways because I want to make a save file for this ending game. A hard save file. So we are going to go back to the Mist Island and do a hard save. Perma-save. Boonk is south. Okay, so... Which achievement should we go after first? Which achievements make the most sense to go after first? Yeah, so we're gonna have to go back to Rhyme to get that achievement, because that was right at the beginning, and you can't do anything about it once you've already finished it. That's definitely an Easter egg achievement. Because yeah, so you have to turn on the gas, then you go into the room, and then you just stand in there for a while. And then after a certain period of time, you'll get the achievement for not having lit the fire. I would assume at that point, if you lit the fire, you'd blow up the room. Which would be so silly. Alright, let's make a new hard save. Should be over this one, I guess. Okay. So we need to click new game. So if we're trying to do the speedy achievement, but what was the other one that we would tie to it? Because you have the speedy achievement, 2 minutes. Achieve the good ending without inserting a single red or blue. So we should be able to get know-it-all and speedy at the same time. Unfortunately, we can't skip the intro. And I don't know when the timer starts. Hopefully the moment we hit the dock.
I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned. It continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed, but I must admit that such conjecture is futile. Still, questions about whose hands might one day hold my Mist book are unsettling to me. I know my apprehensions might never be allayed, And so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
Let's see, I don't know. Did the timer just start? We could set up a timer. Didn't I create a timer? I might have, but I also might have deleted it by accident. Alright, we're just gonna try to rush through here real fast, I guess. And hopefully, like said, hopefully the timer kicks in the moment you hit the dock. Hopefully the game doesn't crash. Alright, go. It's down, down. Oh man, I don't have the combo ready yet. Down, down. See, most of these are already down, and that's where we want them to be, right? Down, down. Are they all down already? Wait, what? That can't be true. Is it that they all need to be up? Alright, we're gonna have to start over again. Am I already misremembering it? Is it all of them need to be up and then you pull down? Yeah, we've messed up. I might as well restart because that's got to be it. So all of them are in the down position to start with, which means you don't have, there's no like certain switches we need to know to go to. We have to go to every single one. So we might as well, let me make sure I have this raring to go, which we could probably just, yeah, it's this one. So I'm gonna, no, what? View full screen. What? All right, there we go. All right, I'm screenshotting this. I'm gonna have it open on the ready, so we can read it the moment we get in there. Try to get the good ending. All right, so we got to start over, sadly. It's a little, it's an unfortunate bummer that we can't skip this cutscene.
I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned. It continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed, but I must admit that such conjecture is futile. Still, questions about whose hands might one day hold my mistbook are unsettling to me. I know my apprehensions might never be allayed, and so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
Go, go, go! Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash, crash. If we did a hard save right at the beginning here, could we just reload that? We'll try it if we mess up here. Go, go, go. Up. Two minutes. They had to have tried this a few times, and they were like, 2 minutes. 2 minutes is good. Oh crap. What's the clock? What's the clock? Is it 2:40? Oh no. Go. Is it not 2:40? Did I do the wrong hands? Oh, I didn't hit the button! No! Oh, we may have screwed this up. Oh, I don't think we're gonna get this. We just wasted precious seconds not clicking that button. Gimme. Alright, now I gotta do the pattern as quickly as possible. Let me in. Go. I can't move. Good ending. Take my page.
Ah, my friend, you've returned.
Yeah.
And the page. Did you bring the page?
I did. I brought it. I can't speed up any of this. So we either did it in time or we didn't.
I have a difficult choice to make.
Huh?
My sons have betrayed me. I know what I must do. I shall return shortly.
Well. Oh, what? How do you know? You were timing it? So we gotta start over? Man, 35 seconds is a really big... The thing is that we also haven't had the achievement pop where... Achieve the good ending without inserting a single red or blue page. Okay, so we got that one.
It is
But
done.
yeah, we didn't get the time one.
I have many questions for you, my friend, but my writing cannot wait.
Alright, we'll do new game again. I do wonder if we could save the moment we get in. And then just... So you must get the timed achievement the moment you enter the book, surely. Cause I don't know. I'll try doing it with a mouse and keyboard this time. Although I think I have to hold down the sprint key on mouse and keyboard, that would be the only problem.
I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned. It continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed, but I must admit that such conjecture is futile. Still, questions about whose hands might one day hold my mistbook are unsettling to me. I know my apprehensions might never be allayed, and so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
It would also be good to know when the timer starts. It's gotta be Doc. It'd be weird if it wasn't. Okay, we're auto running. That's good. I'm gonna try mouse and keyboard. We know that it's flipping the lever. I would imagine it depends on like how close can we get to the levers before they trigger? Because that's one thing. We're able to hit them at a fairly reasonable distance. Ah, see, soup. We screwed up right there. I tried to give myself a little bit more distance and it ended up screwing me up. am running, right? I think I'm running. What? Shoot. Oh my gosh. I need this memorized, man. Go, 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 go. What's my time, Bose? What's my time? I got it! I'd be curious what the time was, Bose. What'd you have? We got it the moment we got in. Alright, so that was it. 5 seconds to spare. It counts at the moment you get to Dunny. Alright, perfect. Okay, cool. Speedy achievement done. It might be using mouse and keyboard that made the difference. It's hard to say, especially since we had to go back for that other switch. Okay, so we barely got it. Barely got it. So fill up all of the shelf space for a page type would require us to go back to each of the realms, which is not too complicated. A couple of them are complicated, I guess, trying to get to their pages. I'm thinking like Channelwood. You have to go up to the tree houses to get each of their pages. Maze, we got to do randomize. Achieve one of the brothers' endings has got to be randomized. Now we could go try to get Bob the skeleton right now. We could try to solve the piano puzzle in a single try. Yeah, so there are a few things that we could try right now without starting over again. And we could also try to do the gas, which is the rarest achievement at 1.1%.
The page. Did you bring the page?
Oh, I gotta wait for him to finish his spiel if we want to stay in this save. Unless it's saved right before we went in here. Did it save as we went in here? Let's see. Oh, I don't know when this autosave kicked in. Okay, we're out here. So that works, I guess. Did it save right before we got the white page? Should we just leave the white page here? It did. We're just going to leave the white page there for the moment, and we're going to make a hard save right here. Okay, so this save, we could do a number of things. We could go try to get all the pages so we could get the filled bookshelf space without actually putting any of the pages in. We could go back to Rhyme. We could go... yeah, we got to go back to the Mechanical Age. So yeah, there are a number of achievements we could try to knock out here. Let's see. What do we want to do first? Should we get the Rhyme? While we're thinking about it, let's go get the Rhyme gas achievement. So actually, we're gonna save over here because that way we don't have to go get the book in Rhyme. The moment we get the achievement, we can just come right back over here. Oh, bloody hell. What's the number? I don't remember the number. Alright, we don't need that anymore. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, bloody hell. Where is it? I have to look at my notes. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. 2735. Open, open, open. Alright, so we need to connect the gas, but then we're going to stay in the room. We're not going to light the fire. Let's go look at the whale again real quick. Let's see if it is random or scripted. Okay, it's scripted. Yeah, that's the same thing we saw the first time we came. But we did see a whale pop its head up at another time that we went. But that might also be scripted too. Like the second time you go and you look, the head pops up. Okay, so I guess this is it. Literally just a silly Easter egg of an achievement. I think we just stay in here for a while. But yeah, you would think if you filled the gas up in here, and the moment we go and light it, it's gonna blow up the place. I think that'd be really funny, considering obviously that's the whole, like if you watch that original promo, if you watch that original promo feature on Myst, oh look, whoa. Boom. Yeah, because if you watch the original promo from 93, 94, whenever it came out, they talk about the fact, like, one of the interesting features of this game was you can't die. That was just such a common thing in most video games, was that you could die back then. And so that was one thing that they were like, they mentioned, they were like, oh, you don't die in this. You don't have to worry about dying. You don't have to have the fear of dying. All that you need to be doing in this game is exploring and discovering. You don't have to have that worry in the back of your head. So it would be honestly really funny if they introduced an achievement that actually does kill you one time in this game. That was funny though. I wasn't expecting that, where it actually hazed it hazed the vision. That was super silly. Okay. All right, let's go back to the island. All right, so we got to try to get Bob. Let's go get Bob. Let's try to get Bob. Which unfortunately, like I said, I don't remember the... We could also try to get the music. Maybe let's go do that real quick first in case I mess it up. So do we need to climb these to do this? I'm going to assume so. I guess I don't know. I guess we'll find... I guess I can test it and find out here. Because I think I hit both of these, and so we didn't end up... Once we did restore the power, we didn't have to do anything with it. Alright. Can I remember which buttons to press for this? That's also another question. Let me look at the notes. How long ago did I take a screenshot of those? Oh, here it is. If I'm remembering correctly, it should be 2216. Ugh, I didn't write it down. I didn't bloody write it down. Let's see. 38. Pretty sure 7 and 9 were in there. Yeah. So 7, 9, and 5. Right? Is that the number we were going after? Is it 59? And nothing happened. Or was it 57? I don't remember now. Was it 59? It's 59, right? Maybe it's just because the achievement's not popping up. We do hear the power coming out, so let's see. So I never went up there this time. Huh? Sounds like it's powering fine. Huzzah! Okay, so in order to get this achievement, I'm assuming we can't click the switch on the right. I think I clicked the switch on the right a couple times just to see. Right? Okay, so it was... Let's do this again, shall we? Boopy! 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 And then... Bee! Boo! Is that what that is going to be? No. Let's do one at a time. Bee! Me. Bee. Boo. Bee boo. Wait, I've already forgotten it. Beep boo. That can't be it. Me boo, me boo. Huzzah! Okay. Alright, what else? We're going to try to find... trying to get the skeleton, right? This is 221. I don't remember what to do. What did I do? I know I figured out that we wanted it to be 1, 2, 3. If we could get it to 1, 2, 3, then we're good, right? So which one does the top two? Is it the left one? God dang it. Right? Is that what I figured out? 1, 2, 3? Huzzah! Alright. Let's make a save and let's go try to get Bob the skeleton. And I guess we might as well grab the pages while we're here. So that's an interesting quality of life improvement that I found out too, is that in the original game you could only carry one page at a time. So if you wanted to experience both brothers' dialogues, you had to come back to Myst, put the page in the book, and then come back to the realm to grab the other page. Which I'm glad is something we... I'm glad that's something we didn't need to do. Because that would have driven me crazy. Well, I don't think my theory had anything to do with these crystals. I was thinking these were going to be tied to the stuff we were doing in Rhyme, but they were not. They, alas, are still just knickknacks. Oh shoot, do I gotta go down here first? Come on. I hope this works this time. And then I don't know, like, if we can just reload the previous save? If it doesn't work? That's not gonna be right, is it? Nope, that's north. This crazy ass system. Who created this? A madman created this. Yay, we got it! Alright, let's go back. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious what causes the other... I'm curious what causes it to bug out. It worked fine the second time we did it. Yeah, like this room, I saw a comparison shot of all of them around between the games. This room's completely different in this 2021 version compared to the last several renditions of the game. What? Okay. Well, that works. What in the world, Bose? I only just now saw your comment. For some reason, I'm going to assume that YouTube flagged your comment because you wrote the number 69? Why? Why? What the heck? That's so silly. Ah, shoot! What is this? Hold on. Actually, it might be in our screenshot notes. Yep. Okay. Have circle 3. What? Back to Myst. Okay, so the idea being is that we need to drop off... Oh yeah, look at that. I completely forgot that these pages are already here. I mean, this is super interesting to me. Obviously, we never tried just leaving the pages like this before. It's kind of a fun idea that they're just left sitting here. Okay, alright, so... Gotta go to the next place. Which, yeah, we don't need to do the planetarium, do we? We just need to know the combination of symbols to do, right? Which was leaf, snake, and bug? Indeed. Alright, what other achievements are we going for, though? Obviously, we're trying to do the pages right now. Fill up the shelf. That's what we're trying to do at the moment. These are the 2 randomized ones, so we're going to have to start over to try either of these. And that's it. Okay, so on this current playthrough, we're just trying to get filling up the pages. And then we got to restart for the randomized. Okay. So we're not actually going to need the white page at all, because we don't technically need to beat the game at all. Gosh, I felt so dumb in this place. The fact that I never left the lever down anywhere before. Okay, what? So this one's not as much of a breeze as the mechanical, right? Oh, I definitely don't like using the mouse and keyboard in this. I don't know, the mouse movements are too jerky in this. I did turn down the sensitivity, but yeah. I wouldn't mind having a little mouse. I know a lot of PC gamers hate the idea of mouse smoothing, but in a game like this, I definitely would prefer mouse smoothing. I don't think the game has an option for mouse smoothing. I guess I never really looked. You can turn down the sensitivity. Yeah, there's no smooth mouse smoothing. Okay. I wish you guys could see Luna right now. Luna is completely curled up over on Cleo. So freaking cute. We haven't done any cat cam at all, I think, through any of the Myst playthroughs. But to be honest, there hasn't been much of an opportunity to do it. I do have, I have Nova right here. She's chilling. Not normally on my lap. And the problem with Nova, of course, is that she's just a black void. You can't really... She's just this black blob. Milo, complete opposite, is complete white kitty cat, but I don't think we can see him. Oh, I guess we can. There he is. So the cats are with me. They just haven't been like chilling out on my lap. Milo is clonked out. He's at peace, though. He's at peace. Let's see. Can I show Luna? Oh. Yeah, I can. I guess I kind of can. There's Luna. In the arms of Cleo. Just completely clonked out. Yeah, Luna is definitely a mama's girl. She loves Cleo. She's definitely chosen Cleo. I can leave on Milo for a little bit. This will be for MP in the future. This is for you, MP. Never saw an opportunity to bring up cat cam at all during any of the Myst playthroughs. So yeah, I don't know the rhyme or reason for this or when the power gets cut off. For what reasons? Because we've come back here and... Wait, what? Did I not press the button? Why is it overflowing? Yeah, the power was still running. Let's see if we can get access to the light while we're down here, because I think that's the only time we really need it. Is in here? We can grab the pages otherwise. Alright, so it's... Okay. Alright, let's go get the pages while we're here. So yeah, this was my thought. Being that this globe is red, I'm assuming that this is maybe a globe of Serenitic? Selenitic? Because he describes it as being a red world. And then when he comes back next, it changes. And now it looks like a blue world. That's another interesting shots comparison that you can do. They changed Selenitic a lot. Like, it looks completely blue now, but if you look at shots of that same age from the original game and the remakes, it just looks like a nice Earth-like environment. I guess they decided to change it so it has a more distinctive, different feel from the other ages. Because, yeah, looks very, very different. Which is fine. This Age 2, they changed a lot. Same thing. I guess they decided to give it a makeover. In the Real Mist and the Masterpiece of the 1993 version, this area is raining. And it's kind of bleak, simple colors, Earth-like colors. They changed it where it's not raining and then it's like having a sunset or something, giving it a more yellow feel, which again does differentiate it from the other ages quite a bit. You got yellow here, you got blue over in the Selenitic location, and then you have green for Channelwood. So yeah, it does. The ages in this 2021 remake have a nice, distinct, separated feel from one another. Open, open, open. Oh, look, a bunch of fishies. Nice. I was like, what is creating those shadows? Hello, fishies. Alright, anyways. Back to Mist. Alright, we got 2 more places we gotta go. Oh, that's not true. And then we got to get the little final pages from inside here, but that's fine. We'll save those for last. Should we make a save just in case? Oh gosh, that would have been bad. Yeah, let's go to Channelwood next, I guess. That's fun. Okay, so it only counts the pages once you've actually inserted them into the books. It's gonna be hard to start keeping track of these. I don't remember this. Where did we get this number from? And did I take a shot of it? 724? Is that it? Ignite. So yeah, once we're in here, we should just be able to press the button, go down. Can we do that right away, or do we have to get to the top before we can press the button down? Should have made it faster. Hopefully the button works right away. Down. No. Down, 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 down. Wait, does the button only just come down here? Alright. Well, that bums me out. I guess so. Shoot, this is gonna take way longer, isn't it? Oh no. How many drops do we have to go? Yeah, it doesn't go down with the button. Oh no. What have we done? What have we done? Are we almost there? I see light. I see light! Ay, 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 ay. Milo, you trying to get out of shot? So, gosh, freaking Luna is so freaking cute. Can't take her cuteness. She's so freaking adorable. All right. To Channelwood. What is your favorite age? Which age is the best? If you were going to visit one frequently or have to spend time there. I mean, honestly, let's be real. Mist Island is the best, right? Mist Island is the nicest, but I guess if you were forced to leave Mist to come to one of these places, which would you rather stay at? Oh gosh, we got to do all this stuff. Bloody hell. I don't even remember where the pages are on this level. This is just powering the second elevator, so this is pointless to do right now until that door is open. Do we need that bridge? Do we need to go to the upper level? I don't remember where the pages are at all in Channelwood. Channelwood would maybe be if you had like these nicer buildings up top to stay in, maybe that would be fine. It just occurred to me that we never did anything with that other switch. What is the point of that switch with the up there? We literally didn't do anything with it. Is it just to show you that the water is coming out? I don't know. I thought we were going to have to come back and do something with it. And then we never did. Let's go ahead and get this just in case. I don't know if we need to do this shortcut. Or maybe we need it to get back. I don't remember anymore. Ugh, if only we knew about this achievement the first time around. We could have just as easily gotten this achievement the first time we were playing. That's the problem with some hidden achievements. Like, that achievement probably didn't need to be hidden. I don't know, maybe it did. I don't know. But, yeah, it would have been really nice to know about it on our first playthrough. I say that and it would have disrupted the flow, though, right? You wanted to hear from the brothers in between the different ages. So it would have been weird not putting their pages in the book the first time we played. Yeah, so... Alright, shoot. We gotta go... Do we gotta go all the way to the top? Their rooms are all the way to the top, aren't they? What am I doing right now? I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I'm going to assume we still need to go to that spiral staircase. Possibly, but I'm seeing whether or not we can, even with the randomization, because I don't know for sure how random the randomizer is, or if they thought of everything. Do we need... But yeah, you're right. But I'm not going to... If the randomizer is truly random and we have to replay the whole game... then we're going to have to come back for that. We can't... I say that. How fast would a speedrun be? Oh, shoot. We had to do this. Even with the randomization, could we have done a really fast speedrun? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, I didn't think about that, too. If it's randomized, the white page has got to be randomized, too, isn't it? Well, it says... Oh, no, the good ending isn't tied to the randomizer at all, is it? That's a little strange, isn't it? You would think that the good ending with the white page would also be an achievement to do. Because they could have randomized the order in which the switches... could have been to get the white page, which might actually be how the randomizer is. But you could have just as easily had a, what do you call it? You could have had an achievement for getting the good ending, since you would have had to have needed to find out the new combo for the switches to get the white page. Oh yeah, and we also don't know for a fact what happens. If you need all the pages, I'm guessing that is the case, because remember we were talking about what would happen if you gave them the last page with the green book first. Considering one of the achievements is getting the one of the brothers' endings, my assumption is they're just going to go through their usual spiel. And the first page, even though you got it from the green book, they're still going to say the same thing they did before, right? That would be the only thing that makes sense. So you are right. We could have done the randomization here. I mean, we could actually find out if that's the case. If we can get in there, maybe we'll do that. We'll see. Maybe we'll save after we're done here and see. Because if that's the case, you're right. I mean, you might as well have just done this during the randomization run. But I gotta assume that even if we have a general idea where to go, a randomization speed run probably is still gonna take at least a couple hours, right? And if it does take at least a couple hours, honestly, we could do a randomized speed run completely on its own. So yeah, I thought we were going to be coming back to this as well. This side door is so silly to me. Where did that number come from? Because that's crazy. If we could do it in a half an hour, I'd be tempted to do it right now. But we've already gotten 3 pages from this run. Like, at this point, I feel like we might as well get the last page. Wait, how do we get to the book? Is it across the bridge? Because 27 minutes is nothing. We could totally do that tonight, I guess. I don't know. Should we stop doing this and immediately go to the randomization? It feels like we did, and we wasted time. We could totally have done that first. Man, 27 minutes? We could do it in 30 minutes? That's crazy. Alright, that's where we need to go. We need to go over there. Shoot, we should have just kept going down the spiral staircase, I guess. Which is where? Right there. Now you're making me think we might as well just save and go right now. Alright, let's save. We're gonna save. We're gonna make a new save just in case. And we're gonna do new game on randomization, and we're gonna check. Because there's only 2 achievements, right, for the randomization? Which is still bewildering to me. I feel like you could have had quite a number of randomization achievements.
Destroyed as I had planned. It continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed, but I must admit that such conjecture is futile. Still, questions about whose hands might one day hold my mistbook are unsettling to me. I know my apprehensions might never be allayed, and so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
I'm having so much trouble picturing this only taking 30 minutes. And we could see if this is randomized right off the bat. And see if they randomize this switch. Not that we need the good ending. If we were truly doing the randomizer, we just need one of the brothers' endings. Oh no, we can't hit this switch. We're not gonna know the time on the clock. Hey, look. We can see we can actually see the ship this time. What? Why are we able to see the ship this time? But we can't see the clock. Wait. We need that for the gear. The gear is the clock. Okay. What? No. 825 and 311. Oh yeah, doing a new combo on inside the clock towers. Gonna be fun. 311. Actually, as long as the bottom one is 1, that one might actually be okay. Right? Maybe? I don't know, whatever. Let's get all the other information we need from this. I mean, a lot of it doesn't have randomization. Like Channelwood, what we just did, wouldn't have any randomization in it, right? We just gotta go up to the top level and get those pages. For the maze, we just presumably need to find out which of the sounds, I'm guessing. And we can find out the sounds from the mechanical age. I should have tried the page with the brothers right off the bat, but I'm guessing it's not going to work. It'd be too simple. And see if page 158 yields the same opening. Number 4. Yeah, let's check the fireplace real quick. Okay, so we're doing, let's make a save right here. No, shoot. I jumped ahead on the Channelwood right here. This is one we could have overwritten that I didn't. Alright, we're going to overwrite this one, but we got to remember that Channelwood is my other one. Although we might not be using it. Oh, nice, and it has a randomization symbol on it. That's good. That's nice. I feel like we already know the answer to this. Oh, shoot, yeah, we need to check this book. They're just going to say the same things they do after you get the second page? Ah, no. Okay, left off where we were. What is it, 158? Pattern's definitely different. Let's see if it works. Open. Well, what's randomized about that? So you can still beat the game in randomization? If you know the page number is 158? That doesn't make any sense. That's really weird, right? I guess that's why there's no achievement for randomization for him. But even still, like, if they had done the randomization for the switch flipping, then you wouldn't be able to get the good ending until you knew which switch combo to do. Yeah, I feel like there is several things they could have done creatively in a randomization mode for the good ending as well. They would have just had to have changed a couple things. So yeah, there's no way this is going to beat the game, right? No. They're just going to say the dialogue from 2 pages, I'm guessing. Yeah, I suppose so. You just had to get the 2 ripped pages. But you might, I mean, why not, right? Why not give an achievement for that? At least. Alright, so I guess once we already have these pages, we might as well save it. So let's see what happens. So that's the page that we just got from the ending. Yeah, it's just the same dialogue. So yeah, it doesn't matter if you get the last page. It's just not going to make a lot of sense. If you get the last page and you have that be your second page or your first page, obviously the dialogue doesn't make sense. And by the time you get to the last pages, well, no, I guess it, well, so there's the thing. That's the only thing that I'm be curious about. If you get to the final pages, are they going to say you need to go and find the final page in the fireplace, don't touch the green book? And it's just not going to make any sense? I guess so. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering, like, if you got the last page and put it in, I would think it would make the dialogue between them not make any sense. If you get to, like, the final page and they're like, okay, now you need to go get the page by the green book. I'm like, okay, well, I already did that. Stupids. We just don't ever talk to them. Alright. What is the time? 8:25:311. 8:25? Go ahead and have these set. And we'll see if the white page pops out. Okay, so this needs to be 3, 1, 1? Well, that was easy. I thought maybe I had it wrong for a second. I was like, really? Is that it? That was possibly the easiest possible randomization you could have had for it. I was thinking the starter numbers would be like 111 or something. But it was 333. Alright, let's see. Is the page gonna pop out? Interesting. Interesting. We did flip them all up, didn't we? So maybe the ripped pages do have a different combo for this. So yeah, they could have done an achievement for getting the good ending. Why not? I feel like where they blundered with this, even more so with the fact that they did 3D character models, why not just have them give you a random number? Did they must have thought it was too complicated to have the brothers say a random number. Because yeah, if you had the brothers give a random number, then you could have a good ending randomization achievement. Okay, so we're gonna need to figure out new combos over here. Let's grab these pages. Was where the blue page was sitting randomized too? I think it was. Alright, let's find out the new sounds. And I'm gonna write these down. Assuming that these are going to be the same as what's in the maze. Okay. Is east. Wait. Are the sounds still the same? Alright, well, you would have thought this would have been randomized. Because, yeah, if they could have at least randomized this, so you would have to come, that you would come here. I guess there's no point, it's not that complicated. Alright. So we can assume that the sound effects are going to be the same in the maze. Which is kind of disappointing. Like, at least randomizing those sounds would have been... made it at least a little bit different, a little bit more interesting. I don't know. I don't know, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Ah. This seems like a strange detail. Is it always randomized where the page is? What is the point of randomizing where the page is laying inside the room? So they randomized that. but not the sound effects. Go, go, go! What's the speed run record for this game on randomized? Some of it you'd have to get lucky like I did, where you only had to pull the chain once in the clock tower. That would definitely save you some time. Do they downgrade the graphics when you play this in VR mode? Because the game looks so good. This would be one of the nicer looking VR games. Hopefully they don't. Hopefully they give you an option to try to run it at the higher graphics if you want to try. 27 minutes is the record holder. I see. So that's not a good estimate. I need the average. You can't tell me 27 minutes and it's the record holder. Well, we've already committed. We're already committed at this point. The longest one was 43 minutes. So what you're saying is it's going to take me at least an hour. What? is my first speed run, but I would not say we're technically trying to do a speed run. We're just doing it as quickly as possible for the sake of our own sanity. Alright, half circle cross, half circle. How long was Mechanical World? We should be timing our ages. We should probably make periodic saves on the off chance that we accidentally put one of these pages away. Because that would be bad. Because I'm guessing the moment you put a page in the book, the autosave overwrites. Where to next? Should we go over here? This one we want to take a screenshot of. Wasn't this is the same date. Wow, so they didn't go like too overboard in the randomization. Because that is the that first date is the same date as before. And then is the 97-91? Is that the same date too? Yeah, it is. Did they just change the order? Although I don't recognize 2305. Was that one of them? That one might be different, but two of these dates are the same. They're just in a different order. Yeah. Now, is the image tied to these dates going to be randomized? Or is it going to be the same? For that matter, is the constellations in the book different? And that would be funny. I didn't think about that either. Do I have this constellation screenshotted, or do I have to pull up that too? Oh, here they are. All right, what is this? Whoops. It's the same, isn't it? So the constellations are the same. Which means we already know it is Leaf and then Bug. So we don't even need to do the November one, right? So we just need to do the July one on the bottom. So it's a Leaf, then a Bug. Uh, 13. That's got to be the arrow, I'm assuming. So Leaf, Bug, Arrow. So yeah, that's kind of a strange coincidence. we save? Trying to think of like the worst possible scenario. We can skip this one for the moment. I don't want to override some of our end game saves though. So I'd want to make sure not to overwrite this one, I guess. That would have been the last one before we finished the game. I think? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we're already doing this. We might as well overwrite the Channelwood one that we saved. We're already committed. We're in this. We're in this for the long haul. All right, so we have a couple things. No, maybe only one thing that could be randomized in this place. Yeah, it might just be the table. No, let go. Pick up the key! Pick up the key! If I was trying to do a speed run, I'd be very upset right now. Okay, so let's see. Is the positioning on this going to be different? It's got to be the same place. Oh, it is. So what is it going to be? 170? Right? Yeah, well, we have to assume it's still the light tower. So I guess we'll do 170. The lighthouse. It's a little bit off. Hopefully it's not too picky. Okay, where would 170 be? It's north. 180 is here. So maybe here? Let's try. Yay! Alright, let's grab the pages. I'm actually kind of morbidly curious about this. I must have done something wrong if it's the same still. Alright, randomizer. Oh, it's right there. Why? That's so silly. Of all the things to randomize in the game, why is the position of the pages in the room randomized? I guess that makes it a little more interesting for speedruns, doesn't it? Where's the page? Where's the page? Almost there. How many pages are there? So we still need to do channel wood and why am I blanking? Selenetic? We still need to do these two places. Should we save the maze for last? Maybe. Is this the screenshot that is giving me the combo for this? Oh, for the love of Pete. I'm just rewinding my stream. I don't care. Why didn't it take a picture of it? It didn't take a picture. Let's see. Okay. Alright, I just left the tower. It's 2-5. Why can't I read that? 2-5-8? I think it's 2-5-8. Why did I take a black screenshot? That'd be so sad. Okay. I have no idea how many times it has to come up. I'm just gonna let it rise for a little bit. Ah, we didn't let it come up far enough. Wow, I really was off on that. Speedrun ruined. Completely ruined. It didn't help that I had to rewind my stream to find that code, too. The game's trying to keep me on my toes. Alright, here we are back at Channelwood. No... like this one's a little more... how to describe it. Let's go get the water rushing. I'm hitting this anyways, even though I don't think we need to. It's very confusing. I guess this pipe doesn't matter, does it? Oh, we've got to connect that pipe for the ending, don't we? Should we do that now? Maybe. Let's go do it now. Although we have to have the pipe connected to it at the end, too, so maybe not. We'll wait. We'll wait and come back. Do you think they're gonna remake this game again in like 10 years? It's gonna be like super ultra realistic looking at that point. Alright, we're looking for the switch. Just keep this game forever being remade all the time. I mean, if it doesn't cost them, I'd be curious how much it costs for them to take the time and remodel and remake everything. And if it keeps selling well, I mean, it's got to be why they keep coming back. It's got to keep selling more than it costs them to take the time to do. I don't buy that. No one thought it was super ultra realistic. Well, I don't know. I guess some people said that. There was one thing that I always said along with every iteration of games, and I have stopped saying that since. But I used to tell people games never got more realistic graphics. They just kept getting smoother. And that was true as games' resolution kept increasing. Games didn't necessarily get more realistic looking graphics, but they started getting less blocky, they started having more smoothness to them. And that's how it was for a really, really long time. I would say only recently, within the last decade, has graphics started getting to a point where you could maybe starting to describe them as realistic. And even then, it's been usually only like environments, because of higher texture higher texture resolutions and stuff like that. I remember thinking, I don't feel like I remembered thinking that the graphics were realistic. Now, the graphics were cool. They were super freaking cool. They, because, we were used to seeing pixelated, blocky for everything. And since this game didn't rely on a real-time engine, they were able to make really nice-looking, smoother-looking graphics. At least the illusion of smoother-looking graphics by it being all pre-rendered. But it was definitely nowhere near being realistic. Having the live-action video implemented into it, I think, helped it a lot, too. That was really, really cool. Seeing actual real people in the game was a lot of fun. That definitely lent itself to it as well. Having the live action actors also just, I think, made it so you could just kind of like feel like you're in a surreal fantasy realm, even with the artsy cartoony, pre-rendered scenes, and then having these live-action actors pop up in the middle of it. I think it worked really well, especially for the time. It was very clever. It's kind of like another game we've talked about is Another World / Out of This World, which I did a playthrough on my channel. You can check it out. It's not very long. We thought those graphics were amazing, but again, They weren't realistic, but they had an animation style that was so bizarrely realistic and smooth in how it made the character move and run when you were used to seeing games like, you know, in Mario Brothers and stuff like that. Any side-scroller from the time. And so games like Another World and Prince of Persia and Flashback were still side-scrollers, but they had like really nice, strangely smooth animations for the characters. For your player character. That was an early 90s game. Early 90s? Maybe? When did it come out? 91? I don't remember anymore. It's an old game. It is an old game. Am I going to do anything with it? I don't even know what this is doing. We'll assume it's working. Okay, we did get the pages, right? I know I'm really bad at multitasking. We were talking while I was collecting the pages. Hopefully I picked them up. Not that it really matters, we only need one set, right? We just need one Brother's Ending, we only need to fill one. Alright, we gotta go do the maze now. Time for the maze. Which, I think it was 38 volts. Is that what we saw? Alright, are these gonna be different though? 10... 1... Is that what we already have? Oh, no. Crap. Did I not screenshot it? I had to have screenshot it. I brought it up. Alright, whatever. We're gonna screenshot it again. Okay, so they did not randomize the numbers in here. So that's something they could have done too. But maybe that would have been too complicated. Alright, so if the numbers are the same on here, let's just check one more just in case. Yep. Let's do the math on this. Make sure that it is 38. Make sure I didn't misremember that. Oh. Yep, 38 volts. All right. All right, that's not going to take much thinking. All right, now we did not flip the levers at the top. I'm hearing electric go through. What is the point of those levers at the top of the towers? I don't understand. Those switches. Now what about this? We didn't check the one book. This has got to be the same, right? Is this the same? I guess we'll find out because I'm going to try it. I didn't look at the book. Alright, so it's... What? Is that right? No. Doo-dee. Doo-dee. Oh, I should have clicked the other one while I was over there. I'm not gonna remember that. Who am I kidding? Oh my gosh. My brain! Brr. Beep, boo. Is that it? Let's try it. Nope. Which one did I get wrong? This one? Those sound right to me. Which one of these did I get wrong? Oh no. Is it randomized? Oh gosh, let's go look at the book. I didn't even think about the book. Okay. Okay. Alright, keeping me on my toes. That's fine. It's totally fine. Okay. So this is interesting. Number 1 is here. And then it goes... Oh no, it goes 2, then down. I mean, these are all close to each other. Oh my gosh. Is that what I have? And it's gonna go down to here. Doo. Doo, doo, doo. Is that right? Let's go! Let's go! Where's my door? Now what about this? What's going on here? This has got to be different, right? Let's see. Do we need to light up these? I don't know. Not sure. We're gonna do it anyways. I like this surface area. I could picture this area being a relaxing place to chill out. And from his book, he says it's a nice, cool breeze. Assuming that it hasn't changed too drastically since he last wrote about it. Okay, so we need to make sure... Oh yeah, and this part too. I'm not going to hit the lights. We're just going to go through the dark tunnel. This has to have been something left over from the original game, right? Would it not let you traverse this tunnel unless you turned the light on? Otherwise it doesn't... that light switch doesn't seem to have much of a purpose. Outside of maybe scaring you. I didn't like that. Did not like. Where am I? All right, let's write this down. Okay. So it's the rumble, crystal, water, wind, and clock. Let's go! Let's go! Should we turn the lights on? Free the bats? Open. There they are. Get them! We haven't eaten in days! Why is this not turning? My rotation buttons aren't working. What is happening? There we go. All right. What? What are all these other sound effects? They're all madness. Okay, so we got the directions are the same. I guess. I guess we don't know for sure. But assuming that it's the same as the mechanical, then we should be good. All right. We should be good. All right, let's go. Go. Although we should have saved. Shoot. Can we save once we're down here? Oh my gosh, can we not save once we're down here? We can't. Oh no, should we reload? Did it save right before we came down here? 2:30. Yeah, it did. Okay, let's reload. Because I want to make a hard save before we start this. Wait, what? I think it's saved at the top. Let's go. Let's go! No backtracking. Going west. Well, so far that's pretty much the same, isn't it? We'll see. I'm curious if this is going to be the same. For all the things that should be randomized, I would think this one would be for sure, especially since it's got an achievement tied to it. But so far, it appears to be the same. Maybe beyond the initial clues, it becomes randomized. The next one should be east again, if it's following the initial patterns. Yeah. don't know. Oops, wrong way. I don't have the map up. I just remembered the beginning. But it feels very similar. Southwest. Oh, God, I did it again. Stop it. Are you hungry, my love? We could do Chinese if you want to do Chinese. Or unless you have something else in mind. I'm almost done. I think I'm almost done. Northwest? Did I hear that right? Atreus, why did you build this? You have to assume that, like, does each stop have, like, a deposit where they were able to mine and load it up inside the tram? That would be the only thing that would make sense, but, like, at what point does it stop making sense? Alright, well, we're done. Alright, I think we only have one achievement left to get. Or do we still have two? We have two. We have two achievements we have to get still. Which we should be able to get here, I would think. Let's find out. I'll make one more save. Nice. What? Why isn't it sitting right here in this blank spot? That's incredibly upsetting. My OCD! Why would you do this, Cyan? Why would you not put this page right here? That's just cruel. Alright, let's do this.
How do you feel, my friend? Oh, and what have we here? Perhaps the pages you worked so hard for.
Whoops.
Perhaps you're seeing the world from my point of view. Oh, yes. Oh, Cirrus. Cirrus? Maybe someone will rescue you someday. Yes. Yes. You lose.
Night Gazer. It is insane. Uh, well, we did it. I think we're done. Yay! All achievements done, including having guessed ourselves. Which is such a silly one. Thankfully, the speedy one didn't take too long. We did it on our second try. That was nice. All right. We are done. We are done. Yeah. So, I don't know how long that took us. Probably more on the 45-minute side. How long did it take us to do that? We reloaded a couple times. Yeah, how long did we take? I guess I wasn't timing it. When did we start over? I think it took us about an hour. I think it did take us about an hour. I guess if we were really hard pressed to try to do an actual genuine speed run, we probably could have done it faster. But yeah, we did stuff like we took the time to check the book. We checked to see like what would happen if we put the pages in, the ending pages first. So it's not like we were trying to do a genuine speed run with that. So we reloaded a couple times. But we did it. We did it. I'd say good call, Bose. In the end, it was probably worth doing. That would not have been worth coming back to do a single stream for. So it was definitely worth getting done now. So we got it. Mist. Achievements complete. Now I feel like since we completed all the achievements in Mist, we're going to have to do the same for Riven. Hopefully Riven's achievements are not overly complicated, because I will feel personally incomplete if we don't get Riven's achievements now. Speaking of which, now that we're done with the Age of Rhyme, and we are going to be moving on to Riven. We did buy both Mist and Riven in the Duo package when they were on sale. So we do have Riven to play next. Question is, we have a number of puzzle games that we have with the puzzle game poll. We've had sent some other new suggestions for other puzzle games. I know Phantom really wants Cleo and I to start Split Fiction, which we probably will do at some point here. And then we got multiplayer games on top of that. Oni really wants to play both Ark and No Man's Sky. We still have Night Rain to do for Elden Ring. The new Dying Light Beast Within. I don't remember what it's called. The new Dying Light came out, and we're going to have to play that at some point. That would be a good October game, possibly. Ooh, we got to think about that, too. October is right around the corner. We got to do our Halloween Horror Month. Jeez, I didn't even think about that. It's really right around the corner. It's exactly 1 week from now. Gosh, I gotta get our Halloween horror games prepped. I know we talked about, there was a couple co-op horror games we were planning on doing this year, and I want to play Silent Hill. Now I know there's the Silent Hill F that just came out, but I haven't played any Silent Hill game, and I think the plan is to play at least the Silent Hill that came out last year, that remake. So I will probably be playing that in October. So when are we getting around to playing Riven then? That is an excellent question. Halloween Horror Month might put a bit of a block. Unless we start Riven this weekend, but I don't know how long Riven takes to play. I guess we'll see. We'll see. I don't know, because we still have Lorelei to play, and we still have Gorogoa to play as well. But we might have to put a pin in Lorelei and Laser Eyes, because that's supposed to be a long game. It's supposed to be a long puzzle game. I think 25, 30 hours at least, probably, for Lorelei. So we might have to put a pin in that game and come back. 2 times the length of Myst. So for me, who the heck knows how long that's going to be. That could be at least I think we did talk about that on the last stream, didn't we? That Riven, we're looking at least a 3 or 4 stream. For me, if it's double the time of Myst, then it's probably going to take me at least 15, 20 hours, would be my guess. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll start that next instead of Lorelei, because Lorelei's a longer game. We'll have to see. We will have to see how it goes. And, of course, we're still trying to finish up Ghost of Tsushima. So I did not think this through. I don't know why it didn't occur to me that October is literally right around the corner. It's the only time of year we usually play scary games. And that is the plan. We are going to be playing some scary games in October. And possibly some scary co-op games in October as well. So we will see how this goes. Reminder, I might not be streaming on Thursday. I have an appointment on Thursday that might result in me not being able to play any video games, not being able to stream. If that is the case, we will be back on Friday. Bose, thank you for coming along. Thank you for the assistance. Nightgazer, it was good seeing you. But thank you for tuning in, everybody else as well. As always, don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. I do very much appreciate it. Subscribe if you'd like to be notified of future streams. And if you're watching this at a later time, thank you for taking the time to do so. As far as my review for Myst, I'm not going to review it again. I did review it on the last stream after we beat the main game, if you're curious to see what my review was. And until next weekend, everybody sleep well, be well, stay chill, stay relaxed, and I hope to see you then. Good night and goodbye.